Chapter 27-25. Bitch, didn't you never rely on your father? Didn't you refuse to acknowledge him? Why are you using his name? As soon as Yi Qian's voice fell, Xin Lin ridiculed, her words extremely harsh. However, the expressions of the others changed. Clearly, they had heard another meaning from her words. Sacred King Sandini frowned. He didn't expect things to become so troublesome. If that was the case, then searching Yi Qian's soul was undoubtedly the same as searching the soul of a son of God. He couldn't bear such a price. Sixth sister, did you remember wrongly? Or are you deliberately deceiving the sacred king in order to not fulfill your promise? At this moment, Kai Meng's voice sounded. He smiled faintly and said, if I remember correctly, the person father arranged for you to marry should be Yi Qian, right? Not this guy called Skeleton. Yes, I also feel that something is wrong. I was almost fooled by you. At that time, I was also present. The other gods were all present. Goddess Yi Qian, your marriage partner is Yi Qian. What, are you going back on your word? You don't like Yi Qian, but this skeleton? Xin Lin said with a mocking expression. Ben Sonlu and the others also laughed. Sandini's gloomy expression slowly eased. He looked at Yi Qian and said with a smile, if he really is the husband of the goddess, then how would I dare to search his soul? Even if we had an agreement in advance. However, if he is just an ordinary guard, I feel that the goddess really has to fulfill her promise. Because if this spreads, it will affect the goddess' reputation. Most importantly, it will also affect the pagoda battle god. When the others were laughing, Qi Wei didn't laugh. However, when he heard Sandini's words, he frowned. He had long felt that there was something strange between Yi Qian and the skeleton, but he couldn't guess what the problem was. Now, when he heard Yi Qian's words, he faintly felt that he had grasped something. Suddenly, a bolt of lightning flashed through his mind. He guessed a possibility, an extremely inconceivable possibility. Bitch, don't ruin father's reputation, Xin Lin coldly said, quickly hand over this guy. Could it be that in your eyes, father's reputation is not as good as a mere guard? Furthermore, the deity king is only searching his soul, not killing him. That's right. I just want to see the memories that I need. As for what I shouldn't see, of course, I won't see it. Sanderson smiled. Yi Qian first looked at Xin Lin, her bright eyes flashing with a touch of ridicule. You keep calling me a slut, but you don't know that I am your sixth sister. I heard that after you were born, you spent most of your time growing up in the main family, and your father hated you. At first, I didn't really believe it. They were all sons of deities, so why was there such a difference? But now, I believe it. With your upbringing, it's right for father to hate you. I guess he hates your family as well. You. I'm going to kill you. Xin Lin was so angry that she screamed. Her delicate body couldn't help but tremble. The reason why she was so easily angered was because Yi Qian had touched her sore spot. She had everything, she had a family background, but her father was extremely cold to her. Yi Qian had nothing, but she was deeply loved by her father. Yi Qian didn't pay attention to her, she looked at Sanderson and said, again, if you really dare to search my soul, I will fulfill our agreement. She turned around to look at the avatar. The avatar nodded slightly at Yi Qian and walked forward. The avatar didn't walk towards Sanderson, but towards Yi Qian. Then, the avatar and Yi Qian's body lit up at the same time. The two of them merged into one. Sanderson felt something strange before, but when he saw this scene, his face changed into one of astonishment. Avatar, it's an avatar. Damn it, I should have guessed it. I should have guessed it back in the Divine City. At this time, Wag Wei's voice sounded. It was very sharp, as if someone had stepped on his tail. He was very flustered and exasperated. He pointed at Yi Qian and said, it's you. That damned skeleton from back then was you. I was wondering why I found you so annoying and why you had the goddess token. So it was you. Seeing the two of them merge into one, they clearly understood what had happened. Only then did Yang Wei realize what had happened. He was extremely angry. If he had guessed that the skeleton was Yi Qian, he would have killed him no matter the price. No wonder you always went against me back then, it was you damn bastard. Sina thought back to everything that had happened, and his heart was filled with anger. He was also filled with regret. He shouldn't have guessed this at the start. There was also Kai Meng. He had fought with Zi Chen. When he first saw the skeleton, he knew that the skeleton didn't get along with him. Although they were vexed now and only realized it now, at that time, how could they dare to imagine it? This skeleton of unknown origin was actually Zi Chen from the Life Star. Even now, they still found it hard to believe that Zi Chen had a god avatar. This was something that had never happened in the history of the divine realm. If that was the case, everything was simple. If the skeleton was Zi Chen's avatar, then he was Zi Chen. Since he was Zi Chen, then he was naturally Yi Qian's future husband. If that was the case, who would dare to search his soul? If Yi Qian really went back and cried, at that time, it wouldn't be the divine kings under the pagoda battle heavenly god coming. According to the pagoda battle heavenly god's love for Yi Qian, he would definitely come personally. The reason why Sandra stayed in the 10th domain was because he knew that with his behavior, he wouldn't be welcomed anywhere. He was the adopted son of Zeus heavenly god, but after his death, not only did he not fulfill his responsibility as an adopted son, he even took the lead to capture a son of a heavenly god and tortured him, wanting to learn some secret. This kind of behavior was naturally disgusting. Although I don't know what you're looking for, since it's an agreement, then search it. At this moment, Li Ari spoke. This time, she used her original voice, a female voice. Hearing this voice, the people who were shocked by the identity of Zi Chen and the skeleton were stunned. Obviously, they didn't expect that the other party would be a woman. Among the group, it seemed that only she could search his soul. Sandra nodded and said, "Since it's like this, then come with me. Since it's a soul search, then let's do it here. If there's something you want, you can just take it. If there's nothing, we still have to leave." Yi Qian looked at Sandra and said, "We agreed before that she would come to our place to kill creatures from another space and time to get resources. It's just a divine general. Why do you need to rope him in? This shows that you don't have the support of your family." Xin Lin naturally wouldn't let go of a good opportunity to attack Yi Qian. Clearly, in her opinion, Yi Qian was deliberately trying to rope in Sandra because Yi Qian lacked experts. However, this could also mislead Sandra. Sandra, who originally wanted to take Li Ari, looked at Yi Qian. Yi Qian also looked at him, her beautiful eyes full of determination, not backing down. Clearly, he couldn't take the last person away. Since you need to search his soul, then what you want must be extraordinary. How about this, we'll stay here. You should have your own space, right? You can search his soul there. Even if you really find something, we won't know, Zi Chen said at this moment. His tone was still polite. This was clearly a concession, and for Sandra, it was still acceptable. Sandra nodded. He waved his hand, and a light fell on Li Ari. In the next moment, the two figures disappeared. After Sandra and Li Ari disappeared, the others looked at Zi Chen again, especially Willy. Before this, he had seen Zi Chen's powerful means, and also the power of his doppelgangers. However, he never thought that the god who used the god's trapping hand would be his doppelganger. Now that the two had merged into one, wouldn't his fighting strength be even stronger? However, to be able to catch the eye of the goddess and be willing to accompany him, it was reasonable that Zi Chen had such a special ability. "You've hidden yourself well, just like a coward," Qi Wei said coldly as he looked at Zi Chen. He was extremely unhappy that he had been played like a fool. Zi Chen heard this and smiled faintly. Since Wei could say something like this, it was obvious that he was angry enough. Zi Chen didn't respond. However, it was this expression that made Wei even angrier. Fortunately, he had been frustrated since the beginning of the confrontation with Zi Chen, so his mentality was quite good. He guessed that Zi Chen was deliberately provoking him, so he deliberately suppressed the anger in his heart. Zi Chen, who had a doppelganger, was more of a threat than he had imagined. At this moment, he had grown to the level of a divine champion, which made him feel very uneasy. Yi Qian was waiting for Li Ari. Perhaps the others were curious about whether Sandra could get what he wanted, so they didn't leave at this moment. Time passed as they waited. During this time, the two sides didn't talk much. Yi Wei's gaze fell on Zi Chen from time to time, and his eyes flashed with coldness. It was unknown whether he was plotting something. Zi Chen ignored him. Yi Wei hadn't broken through and was still a 9th-level divine envoy. Even if he was plotting something, he wasn't afraid. After waiting for a while, Sandra and Li Ari reappeared. Sandra's expression was not very good. Looking at his ugly expression, everyone could guess that he hadn't obtained anything. How was it? Yi Qian looked at Li Ari and asked. At the same time, she looked at her from head to toe, her eyes full of concern. TCH, what a hypocrite. Don't you just want her to be your hired thug? Xin Lin said disdainfully. Yi Qian ignored her and looked at Sandra and asked, "Can we go now?" Chapter 27-26. Yi Qian was a bit surprised by God King Sandini's straightforwardness, but she didn't hesitate. Holding Li Ari's hand, she said intimately, "Let's go now." Zi Chen followed behind and nodded at Sacred King Sandini. Sacred King Sandini nodded in response, and Zi Chen left. God King, we will also take our leave. Zi Chen and Yi Qian left first. Yang Wei cupped his fists at God King Sandini, politely bid him farewell, and left as well. Now that they had all become divine champions, the usually haughty sons of gods also bid farewell to God King Sandini and left. In fact, in the depths of their hearts, they were extremely disdainful of God King Sandini, because he had attacked the sons of gods before. He wasn't someone to be trifled with. Everyone left, leaving behind only God King Sandini and Wiley. Wiley didn't need to say anything. He knew everything through Li Ari's soul. "Your Excellency, did you gain anything?" asked Wiley. God King Sandini shook his head, his expression extremely gloomy. He said coldly, "We were all wiped out." "Humph, I don't believe you didn't do this for a reason." Zi Chen's group left this world. They didn't stay for too long and returned the way they came. During this time, Yi Qian's face was full of joy. According to Li Ari, God King Sandini might not let her go, but she didn't expect things to go so smoothly. Of course, this had a lot to do with her persistence. When a daughter of God spoke, who wouldn't give her some face? During this time, Zi Chen didn't say a word. Although things had gone smoothly, he didn't think it was over so easily. He had a bad feeling in his heart. When they arrived at the teleportation formation, the three directly entered it. What followed was a long time of transmission. During this time, Yang Wei and the others followed behind, but the two sides didn't speak. After many transmissions, the three arrived at the city where Yang Wei was. "Let's go." The three of them didn't stay here for long and flew out of the city. When the three of them left, Yarrow Wei and the others had also arrived. He looked coldly at the departing Zi Chen, his expression indescribably cold. "It's all good now. We can finally return." While advancing, Yi Qian smiled lightly, appearing extremely relaxed. "Is your city deep in here?" Li Ari asked curiously. Yi Qian nodded and said, "Yes, in a place where there are no teleportation arrays." After flying for some distance, Yi Qian turned to look at Zi Chen. Zi Chen nodded. Next, his body released rays of light, which enveloped the two of them. Swoosh! The world unfolded and teleported directly. As a divine general, Zi Chen's speed was naturally not slow. When the figure reappeared, Li Ari found that there was a city that was not very big in front of her. She also did not know how far Zi Chen had teleported, so she asked, "This is your city?" "It doesn't look big at all." Not only was it not big, Li Ari was being polite. Compared to other cities, this could at most be called a castle. Zi Chen stood in the air. He did not find any creatures from the other dimensions around him, which was a bit surprising. It seemed that they had been very diligent during this time. Yi Qian looked at Li Ari and said with a smile, "The people living here are all our own people. I have no intention of expanding my influence." Li Ari heard and was touched. Yi Qian was willing to bring her here. Clearly, it was not because she wanted to rope her in as a subordinate, but because she treated her as one of her own. While feeling touched, she also did not understand. She was not very familiar with Goddess Yi Qian, so why was she so good to her? "Let's go. It's time to go. This time, everyone should try to get more." Damn it, last time when we crossed over, those people were too evil. Next time, Lord Buddha will not do anything but make a few teleportation arrays and sit in front of them to collect fees. It's no different from robbing people. At this moment, Zichen heard a familiar voice coming from the God City, and a smile appeared on his face. This time, they had spent a lot of time on the trial. Clearly, everyone had returned after getting the opportunity. Listening to Tyrant's words, it should be a group of people who came back. They had spent a lot of divine crystals to cross over. Tyrant and the others walked out of the city, and in the next moment, they saw Zichen and the other two above. At first, he was in disbelief. He rubbed his eyes and looked again. Zichen and the other two were still there. "It's you," Tyrant said. Behind him, LV Peng and the others looked reluctant. When they saw Zichen and Yi Qian, they were also in disbelief. "If it's not us, who else could it be? Why? What are you all planning to do?" Zichen descended and looked at them as he asked. "Don't mention it. When we came back, because we did not have the goddess token, the teleportation cost was too high. We had just broken through, but Tyrant insisted on dragging us to kill creatures from the other dimensions to earn divine crystals." Zhong Haotian, who had always been cold and quiet, actually spoke. It could be seen how helpless he was about Tyrant's actions. "You still have the nerve to say that? Those were all divine crystals provided by me," Tyrant said unhappily. Zichen smiled when he heard this and said, "All right, everyone can go back now. Well, let me introduce you. This is our new friend, Li Ari. We met her in the trial." Then, Zichen looked at Li Ari and said, "Li Ari, this is Tyrant, he is LV Peng, he is Zhong Haotian, he is Xing Chen, he is Lei Ting. Hello, I'm Li Ari." Li Ari greeted everyone. When they heard Li Ari's female voice and saw that she had taken off her black robe, revealing her exquisite and beautiful face, the gazes that these people gave Zichen were somewhat strange. "You brought back another woman. Zichen, you are so lucky," Tyrant said in a sarcastic tone. "What nonsense are you talking about?" Zichen waved his hand and a gust of wind appeared out of nowhere. This wind swept Tyrant away and flew him into the distance. "Didn't you want to find something? Then come back when you have more," Zichen said with a smile. Tyrant was already out of sight as he flew backward. Only his unwilling roar could be heard from the horizon. When the others felt the aura contained in the wind, their expressions changed. They were all shocked. "Divine General," Zhong Haotian said. Zichen nodded and said, "It's just luck. Let's go in." No one cared about the monk anymore. The group of people entered the divine city. Soon, the peaceful divine city became bustling with noise and excitement. Su Mengyaro, Lin Shui, Wang Xian Brilliant and the others appeared one after another. Li Ari was also very surprised when she saw so many beauties here. When the two returned, they had both become divine generals. This made the people who were only at level 7 feel extremely incredulous. They all asked what had happened. "I still have some resources here. You guys can refine them later and try to break through as soon as possible." This time, Zichen had obtained a lot of resources, especially the Xing Chen resources. In addition, there were also the resources that Li Ari gave before her memories were sealed. There were many divine general-level lore crystals among them. Of course, Tyrant wouldn't go out alone to hunt creatures from another dimension. When he came back, he happened to see Zichen distributing lore crystals to everyone. His eyes immediately lit up. The dissatisfaction he had when he was sent flying had disappeared. He stepped forward and said, "Congratulations on breaking through." As he spoke, he stretched out his hand and looked at Zichen with a smile. After giving out the resources, everyone began to refine them and try to break through as soon as possible. Li Ari said that she wanted to go out for a walk. Only Zichen and Yi Qian were left in the room. "When do you plan to give Li Ari's memories to her?" Yi Qian asked. Zichen had been thinking about this problem along the way. "At this time," he said, "there's no hurry. I don't think God King Sander will give up so easily. Let's wait a little longer." "Wait until when?" "When the God King gives up, or when we can contend with him, we will be able to do so. If we give it to him now, It won't be good if God King Sander comes back, Zichen said. Yi Qian nodded, agreeing with Zichen. Then, she asked, what do you plan to do next? I've decided to build a city in the God world. I'll open a teleportation formation to the Life Star and let the people there come here. Zichen now had resources. They were just resources in his hands. He couldn't use them. If he used them, he would have a huge team. The Life Star didn't lack geniuses. What it lacked was opportunities. Now that there were no shackles, their realms would certainly soar. At that time, he could bring them to the God world and their speed would be faster. Hearing Zichen's words, Yi Qian thought for a moment and said, then let's go back to the 9th region. They weren't familiar with this place. There were almost no resources they could use. For example, they didn't have any training grounds suitable for level 8 or level 9 hunters. However, the 9th region was different. It was the territory of the god of pagoda battle. The god of pagoda had been there for many years. Of course, he had a perfect training ground. If they could go back, it would be a good thing for the Life Star. It could be said that it was a great fortune. At this time, Zichen was very touched. Yi Qian didn't ask for anything from the god of pagoda. However, for him, she was willing to go back and ask the god of pagoda for help. However, the god world's attitude toward Life Stars wasn't clear. Thus, Zichen couldn't involve the god of pagoda. Although he and Yi Qian had been friends for a long time, he didn't want to owe her such a big favor. Thus, he refused. At the same time, it was also because he didn't want to be a king. He just wanted to take one step at a time. He didn't expect to train a great army of god envoys in a short time. Chapter 27-27. On the heaven martial continent, Zichen hovered in the air, releasing the aura of a divine general. A fierce pressure appeared in the world, covering the hearts of all the creatures on the heaven martial continent. It was very stifling, as if a peerless calamity had just awakened. However, they didn't feel threatened by this pressure. It was as if even if a peerless calamity had awakened, it wouldn't harm them. The power of the principle of heaven and earth appeared, surging in the sky. This power of the principle of heaven and earth became more condensed and powerful. Li Ari stood next to Zichen, looking around in astonishment. Because she was bored and she wanted to avoid God King Sandro, she had followed Zichen and Yi Qian to the Life Star. Yi Qian wasn't surprised. This world was closely related to Zichen. As his force grew, the principle of heaven and earth would become more condensed. At this moment, the heaven martial continent, including the entire Life Star, was shaken because of this change. The principle of heaven and earth became clearer. The cultivators who had encountered bottlenecks could now see the threshold to break through. This kind of thing had happened before. The last time was more than 100 years ago. Some big forces vaguely guessed what had happened. They all looked in a certain direction, their faces full of shock. Apparently, that man had returned. All creatures, listen up. I am Zichen, the heaven-defying warrior of this Life Star. All the cultivators who have broken through to the Saint Realm, enter the Star Passage and train there. Enter the God City. I will take you to the God world there. Zichen had left such words before. Today, he repeated them again. Not only the creatures on the Life Star could hear it, but also the other creatures who had broken through to this realm could hear it in the principle of heaven and earth. This was his full power as the heaven-defying warrior of this Life Star. All the principle of heaven and earth were with him. The stronger he was, the stronger the principle of heaven and earth would be. The weaker he was, the weaker the principle of heaven and earth would be. Zichen's voice reverberated. All the creatures on the Life Star could hear it clearly. At this moment, they understood that Zichen had returned, and his cultivation level had increased again. The experts from the Tianwu continent were all excited. They all wanted to see Zichen, but by the time they arrived, Zichen had already disappeared. He entered the Star Path and then entered the Divine City. There, he met some hunters from the Life Star. However, they hadn't reached level 8 yet. Zichen gave them some resources and told them to cultivate well. Then, he returned to the Divine World with Yi Qian and Ari Li. In the Divine City, the others were cultivating. The three who had returned were not idle either. They were seizing the time to comprehend the techniques. After reaching the general realm, the power in one's body would also change, and one would need to slowly get used to it. Everyone was busy and the divine city was very quiet. Even sacred King Sandini did not come. On this day, Zichen and the other two left the divine city and headed for the depths of this world. They planned to find the mother nest as soon as possible. For this kind of opportunity that could directly raise one's cultivation base, one could never have too many. The mother nest you mentioned, is it still there? Yi Qian asked while Zichen was teleporting. I don't know. Maybe it's still there, Zichen said uncertainly. Last time, he and Shadowless went to find the mother nest. Although they had some gains along the way, they encountered that powerful half-human half-beast existence in the end. That was why they were beaten back. This time, Zichen's goal was that place. After a few teleportations, they arrived at their destination. Zichen looked at Shadowless, who couldn't be seen, and asked, "Can you still find the restriction from that day?" "The restriction is still there. As for whether the mother nest is still there, I'm not too sure," Shadowless said. He signaled Zichen to go down and find the entrance. There were many level 6 creatures from the other time and space. To the current Zichen, it was just the power of a space rend. Buzz. A ripple of light flashed forward. Wherever it passed, space was torn apart and the creatures from another spacetime that were cut in half were all killed. Zichen's footsteps did not stop at all. He continued to enter the next level. All the creatures from the other time and space were killed by him and kept in his world. These were all materials that could be exchanged for valuable contribution points and divine crystals. Now that all his secrets were exposed, he needed to consider whether he should go to other cities to gather more people to specially dissect the bodies of these creatures from the other time and space. After entering several levels, Shadowless, who had entered first, appeared. He shook his head at Zichen and said, "No, the mother nest has left." Zichen felt extremely regretful about this. "The mother nest is no longer here. Let's go," Zichen said and turned around. Li Ari was very surprised because she couldn't see Shadowless at all. But this was a real person. According to Yi Qian, even the gods couldn't see Shadowless' existence. After coming out, the three of them stood in the air. Shadowless, the fourth person, stood beside Zichen. Although he could see the mother nest, it would take him a long time to find it. It was obviously impossible to find it in a short time. "Why don't we go deeper and see what's there? The last time we went back, Father told us that the creatures from the other time and space are not as simple as we thought," Yi Qian said. Zichen heard and looked at Li Ari. She nodded and said, "Let's go take a look." In the heavenly realm, more than 80% of the land was occupied by creatures from the other time and space. The gods who originally belonged here were more like invaders, constantly trying to expand their territory. But their expansion rate was far slower than the creatures from the other time and space, so the results were not great. Everyone knew that the deeper they went, the stronger the creatures from the other time and space would be, so very few people dared to go in a straight line. Zichen relied on his world and chose to go in a straight line. Every time he teleported, he would travel tens of thousands of miles. Again and again, his figure would appear. The creatures from the other time and space he encountered were stronger and stronger. Level 7, Level 8, and then Level 9. When they appeared and saw the creatures from the other time and space that were comparable to the Level 9 divine envoys of the God Clan, their expressions changed. Although the number of creatures from the other time and space here was not like the outside world, which was densely packed and covered the sky, there were still many of them. Within the range of Zichen's spiritual senses, there were many level 9 creatures from the other time and space. They could even form an army of tens of thousands in an instant. How terrifying was this? When Yi Qian and Li Ari saw this scene, they were extremely shocked. Even though they had the strength of the general realm, they still felt their hearts tremble. Because there were just too many of these creatures from the other time and space. It's too scary. It seems that the rumors are true. If we continue to move forward, we will definitely encounter creatures from the other time and space that are comparable to the general realm, Yi Qian said. Chen expanded his spiritual senses and found that these level 9 creatures from the other time and space were not the same as the half-human half-beast he saw last time. Although they were of the same realm, they obviously lacked intelligence. There was only cruelty in their eyes, and they did not know how to speak. At this moment, when they saw the 3 of them, they also rushed in their direction. Some of them grew wings on their backs and flew over. Swoosh! Ari formed a seal with her hands, and a divine light flew out from her side and turned into a beam of divine light that flew in all directions. Puff! Puff! This divine light was the heavenly needle. Divine King Sandro, who had searched her soul, did not take it away. Wherever the heavenly needle passed, the creatures from the other time and space that were charging forward stopped one after another. Their souls were destroyed and they fell to the ground. But before their bodies could hit the ground, they were suddenly sucked in by vortexes that appeared one after another. It was Chen who opened the world, but he never let Ari see that world. Even when he teleported, he only used energy to envelop her. He was not wary of Ari, but divine King Sandro. Ari was killing the level 9 creatures from the other time and space that were flying over. With the heavenly needle, they would not be able to reach the 3 of them in a short time. At this moment, Chen looked into the depths and said, "Why don't we continue to go deeper? There were level 9 creatures here. If they went deeper, they might encounter divine general level creatures from the other time and space." This made Chen and Ari hesitate slightly. In the end, Chen said, "Let's go and take a look. If we feel that something is wrong, we will leave." After all, Chen had time and could travel thousands of miles in an instant. This was something that divine generals could not do. Thus, Chen continued to teleport with the 3 of them. This time, they teleported for a longer time because there were too many level 9 creatures from the other time and space. Clearly, the level 9 creatures were also divided into strong and weak. The deeper they went, the stronger the creatures from the other time and space. Just like that, Chen, who had teleported to another location, discovered something after he had traveled another 100,000 miles. In front of him, castles appeared one after another. These castles were all floating in the air, their surface flickering with a resplendent light. "There are people living here." The 3 of them were stunned and looked at the castles one after another. They saw that from time to time, there were shadows flying out of those castles. Those shadows all looked like humans. At this moment, Chen released his spiritual sense and landed in the distance. After sensing the aura of those people, his expression changed and he said, "They are not humans. They are celestials." Celestials? Ari turned her head to look at Chen, looking very puzzled. After hearing this, Chen's expression changed instantly, looking extremely incredulous. "They are the rulers of the creatures from the other time and space, or rather, creatures from the other time and space." Chen's face was slightly pale. He had the celestial race by his side, so he naturally knew about them. They were truly intelligent life forms, extremely powerful and terrifying. He didn't expect to see so many celestial race in the depths of this place. And every one of them was a divine general. Those cities seemed to be arranged in a circle. "It looks like they are guarding something," Ari said. Chen obviously noticed this as well. He immediately released his spiritual thought and probed into the depths of the cave. In the depths, there was a thick fog, and when his spiritual power fell on it, it was blocked. His eyes flashed, and his spiritual power forcibly passed through the thick fog. After completely passing through the fog and seeing the scene in the fog, his expression changed again. He instantly withdrew his spiritual sense and shouted, "Let's go." Chapter 27-28. This voice sounded very abruptly, as if it came from behind him. However, Chen, who turned around, did not see anyone appear behind him. His body released a light that enveloped the 2 of them, and his body disappeared from where he stood. Buzz! As soon as his figure disappeared, the surrounding space began to tremble. One after another, the power of law descended, forming a heaven and earth chain that firmly sealed this space. The 3 of them were forced to appear. After seeing the sealed space, Chen said, "Ari, attack with all your strength." At this moment, under the cover of his spiritual sense, he saw that among the buildings in the distance, there were one divine race after another flying towards them. Swish! In front of Li Ari, the heavenly god needle appeared and directly turned into a ray of divine light, heading towards the sealed law. The divine needle flickered, and a powerful aura surged. A large hole was immediately pierced through the law. Then, Zichen's figure flashed, and he teleported away with the two of them. The divine race who were chasing after them lost their target. 10,000 miles away, chase. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. The divine race who had stopped flew forward one after another. As divine generals, their speed was very fast. We're already 30,000 miles away. Don't chase. But in the next moment, that voice sounded again. These divine race heard it and turned back. In a short moment, the other party was able to run tens of thousands of miles away. This speed was too fast. Zichen teleported hundreds of thousands of miles in one breath. After leaving that area, he stopped. Yi Qian looked at him and asked doubtfully, "What did you see?" Previously, her spiritual sense had also probed, but when it reached the thick fog, it was blocked and could no longer advance. She never thought that Zichen's spiritual sense would also penetrate deep into it. A broodmother as big as an island. That voice just now came from the broodmother. Zichen said. Now that he thought about it, his heart still palpitated. The cities from before were all to protect the broodmother in the center. This broodmother clearly possessed extremely high intelligence and was able to mobilize those divine race. When Yi Qian heard this, she was also very surprised. Being able to find a mother nest wasn't a matter of luck. Perhaps there would be more mother nests in the depths of the abyss, as well as other similar places. Are you going back now? Li Ari asked. Although she had the heavenly god needle, she still felt a great threat just now. Fortunately, everyone ran fast, otherwise, they would have been surrounded by those celestial race. Go back. We'll know what's there when Shadowless returns. Before leaving, Zichen left Shadowless behind. This had become a habit because no one could discover him. He could see whatever he wanted to see. The three of them teleported again and chose to return. This time, Zichen returned to the divine city in one go. After returning, he began to think about what to do next. In this realm of the gods, it was impossible to have opportunities all the time. After all, one's realm had to be raised step by step. In this process, the most important thing was to display one's strength. In the past, they didn't have the heart to contend for hegemony. However, as their realms increased, they had no choice but to consider expanding the city. It wasn't to contend for hegemony, but to obtain more divine crystals and contribution points to exchange for other cultivation resources. This was also the key to increasing their strength. Therefore, it was imperative to display one's strength. However, the problem in front of Zichen was how to display one's strength. One must know that to display one's strength, one must have people, and what he lacked now was people. In addition, because the city was placed in this place, it seemed to be for peace and quiet. However, it seemed to be too peaceful now. It was so peaceful that it was almost isolated from the rest of the world. Obviously, Yi Qian could also see the importance of displaying one's strength. She looked at Zichen and said, "Why don't we move the city back?" If they moved it back, it would be thousands of miles away from other cities. They could then build a teleportation array and recruit more people. However, in this way, they would have to kill those creatures from another dimension in the periphery. To them, it wasn't very attractive. The harvest was also very little. Moving the city back was a complete waste of time. Zichen shook his head. This method definitely wouldn't work. Then why don't we open up our own path? Yi Qian said again. Of course, it was just a suggestion. This suggestion was a bit too big because they would have to put down too many cities during this period and ensure that these cities wouldn't be destroyed by the creatures from another dimension. The project was extremely huge, but if it was completed, they wouldn't have any worries at all. This might be the final path they had to take, but they didn't have the ability to take it yet. As for leaving the 10th domain and going to other regions, Zichen had never thought about it. Then what should we do? Yi Qian didn't have any ideas and could only mutter, if we don't do this, We won't be able to turn them into resources even though we have powerful strength to kill so many creatures from another dimension. Even if we hire people, no one will dare to come because it's too far away. Lee Ari obviously couldn't help and could only listen to the two of them. It seemed that out of the 200 or so people in the castle, only the three of them had nothing to do. Zichen nodded and said, "The closest city to us is shaky. He has a grudge with us, so he naturally won't let us go so smoothly. Once he finds out about our plan, I'm afraid he'll destroy it. Therefore, it won't work there." Suddenly, Zichen had an idea and said, "Why don't we build a city ourselves and use it to exchange for resources?" "What do you mean?" Yi Chen looked at him in confusion. Zichen said, "We'll rely on a relatively stable city and then build another city within 10,000 kilometers of him. That city will be used to put the corpses of creatures from another dimension. When the time comes, we'll hire some divine envoys to be in charge of decomposing them. We'll pay them. When there are more resources to be decomposed, we'll sell them. This way, we won't have to worry about not having enough manpower or others interfering. As for how to bring more corpses of creatures from another dimension there, leave it to me." Yi Chen completely understood what Zichen meant. Her eyes lit up and she said, "That's a good idea. Then we'll find someone to buy a city and build it," Zichen said. Naturally, they would do it because this was the most important thing right now. As for the candidate, it had to be a god. Therefore, Yi Chen thought of Toby. Toby was the divine envoy that had been following Yi Chen since God's City. He was now a level 7 divine envoy and was refining law crystals in an attempt to reach a higher level. Yi Chen woke him up from his seclusion and told him why she had come. It was supposed to be a very happy thing, but when Toby heard this, his expression became gloomy. He immediately said, "Goddess, did Toby do something wrong?" "You didn't do anything wrong. This is an opportunity to build a city. It's very rare." Yi Chen was very curious about Toby's thoughts. In her opinion, in the god realm, all the gods hoped to have a city of their own to expand their forces. However, Toby didn't seem to be happy about it. "But I don't want to leave here. I don't want to build a city either. I just want to follow you and protect you," Toby said. His eyes were very determined. Yi Chen was startled. She didn't expect Toby to say something like this. In fact, it wasn't just Toby. If anyone else in the city was asked, they would all say the same thing. After all, they had improved so much in less than 1,000 years. If they went out alone, let alone 1,000 years, they wouldn't be able to achieve what they had today even if they worked for 10,000 years. Whether it was the goddess or Zichen, they didn't treat them as outsiders. Everyone shared the resources. Under such circumstances, who would be willing to leave? Of course, Evil Good Monk was an exception. "Toby, you misunderstood. I just want you to build a city. We have other uses for that city. Of course, after you build a city, you can still come back here," Zichen said with a smile. "Okay, Toby will do whatever the goddess says." Toby nodded and relaxed. "Then let's go." The four of them left the god city and teleported. After arriving at the city, Yi Chen took out the goddess token and everyone was teleported to the center of the region. This was a general-level city. The city lord was a divine general. His realm was unknown. Many divine envoys gathered in this city. Every day, many people came here to trade. It was very lively. After Zichen and the other three arrived, Toby went to exchange for resources first, while Zichen, Yi Chen, and Li Ari went to another castle. They needed to come here to choose a place to settle down. At the same time, they needed to use the rules here to send out a recruitment notice. The divine world had very good treatment for the Son of God. After she took out the goddess token, everything became very simple. By the time Toby came back, Yi Chen had already chosen a level 7 city, which was already a good choice for the current transition. Moreover, the city lord said that he would build a teleportation array within a month. "It's here." Yi Chen pointed at a city on the map and said, "It's within 10,000 miles of this city." The executive immediately said, "That's Fallen Swallow City. The city lord is a 6th-level divine envoy. It's there. Let people build the teleportation array." After saying that, they turned around and left. Soon, A voice spread through the city through the rules. Goddess Yi Qian is recruiting 5th-level divine envoys. Go to Tobi City to decompose the materials from the creatures of another space. There is no limit to the number of people. The treatment is very good. Those who are interested can come to the trading place to discuss. Usually, such recruitment notices would be deliberately marked. Only a few of them were published directly through the rules of the city. However, every time the notice was published, it was extremely important to the oracles here. When the divine envoys who came here heard that they needed 5th-level divine envoys to decompose the materials from the creatures of another space and there was no limit to the number of people, they were all shocked. It was hard to believe. After all, 5th-level divine envoys were already very powerful. How could they be recruited just for decomposing materials? Then what grade of materials and how many materials would be needed to pay for hiring them? However, this sentence was very obvious. The other party was Goddess Yi Qian. Although they didn't know Yi Qian, it was enough to know that she was a son of God. Chapter 27-29. When these people arrived at the transaction site, they saw Yi Qian and Zi Chen. At this moment, there was a distorted space in front of the two of them. In that space, there were engravings of the requirements for the divine envoys. On one hand, these divine envoys were curious. On the other hand, they wanted to see the daughter of the God of Heaven. After all, the God of Heaven wasn't someone that everyone could casually see. After arriving at the transaction site, they subconsciously used their divine sense to explore the space. Then, their expressions slightly changed. They originally thought that it was a waste for a 5th-level divine envoy to go and decompose the materials. They didn't expect that the lowest grade of materials that the other party wanted was 5th level and the highest grade was 9th level. During this period, they didn't receive a clear reward. They only received a reward according to the grade of the materials they decomposed. Among those materials, there were 6th level to 9th level materials. There weren't any 5th level materials. Seeing this scene, a 5th-level divine envoy asked, "Excuse me, do you have a lot of materials that need to be decomposed?" Zi Chen looked at the other party and said, "It's not a lot, it's a lot. If you are the only one decomposing the materials, I'm afraid that you won't be able to finish decomposing them even when your lifespan is exhausted." The lifespan of the god race was endless. There was no such thing as exhausting one's lifespan. The meaning of Zi Chen's words was very clear. He wanted a lot of materials to be decomposed. Then, I can continue to decompose them. The 5th-level divine envoy was clearly moved. The expression of the 5th-level divine envoys beside him also changed. As long as you don't want to leave, you can continue to decompose them. We will pay you the corresponding amount of materials you decompose. At this moment, there were many divine envoys gathered around. There were many low-level divine envoys and some high-level divine envoys. During this time, those high-level divine envoys didn't speak. At this time, a 3rd-level divine envoy asked, "Then, can we go?" Zi Chen said, "If you think that you can decompose 6th-level materials, then you can go." When the 3rd-level divine envoy heard this, his expression became gloomy. He was only a 3rd-level divine envoy. How could he decompose 6th-level materials? Unless he had a divine weapon. Don't tell me that you don't have any low-level materials to decompose. The 3rd-level divine envoy asked unwillingly. Low-level materials are too troublesome to decompose. We don't have enough contribution points. When everyone heard this, they were even more shocked. One had to know that a level 3 material could be decomposed into a level 4 material, yet the other party actually didn't care for it. Don't tell me that it's only going to be decomposed for a short period of time. A 6th-grade oracle asked. Zi Chen thought about it and said, "If there are no accidents, and there are enough of them, they can be decomposed for hundreds of years." As soon as he said this, the expressions of the other oracles around him changed. They didn't need to fight. All they had to do was decompose the materials. There was no danger. If they worked for 100 years, the amount of divine crystals they had accumulated might be enough to buy a city. Immediately, many people became interested. Because of her identity as a goddess, the recruitment went smoothly, and no one came out to cause trouble. Li Ari stayed behind while Zi Chen and the other two returned to Luo City. After a few teleportations, the three of them arrived at Fallen Swallow City. Then, according to the place marked on the map, they traveled for nearly 10,000 miles and began to descend. The process of landing the city was completed by Toby. He first refined the city and then controlled it to land. The city landed with a bang, and the surrounding power of heaven and earth was absorbed by the city. The array in the city naturally activated, and the whole city began to expand. This time, it was expanded according to the size of the city. This was because the city could be opened to everyone. After they landed, some divine array masters who were building the teleportation array had already arrived. After choosing a location, they began to work. After that, Toby stayed behind while Zi Chen and Yi Qian teleported to Fallen Swallow City. Yi Qian continued to go to the trading center to recruit people, while Zi Chen went to the place with the level 6 creatures from another dimension. When he arrived and saw the densely packed creatures from another dimension, he directly opened his world and absorbed them. In an instant, he opened several worlds, and the speed at which he absorbed the creatures from another dimension became faster. Absorbing them into his world was to use the power of rules to kill them and then put them into his world. During this time, the killing continued. After killing a large number of level 6 creatures from another dimension, Zi Chen also teleported to the level 7 creatures, then level 8, and level 9 creatures. As for the divine generals, he didn't dare to go forward because they were already in human form. After killing them, he would obtain energy crystals, not materials. After half a month, Zi Chen had placed too many corpses of creatures from another dimension in his world. He believed that it would take a long time for Yi Qian to recruit people to decompose them. When he returned to Toby City, he found that the construction of the teleportation array was almost finished. During this time, Toby was supervising and urging everyone not to slack off. After waiting for another 5 days, the teleportation array was completed. Zi Chen gave the divine envoys some extra divine crystals as a reward for their hard work. The divine envoys accepted the crystals and thanked him gratefully. After they teleported away, Zi Chen opened his world and began to dump the corpses of the creatures from another dimension. They fell like raindrops and soon piled up in a large pile, which made Toby extremely shocked. Soon, a mountain of level 6 corpses piled up in front of him, and there was still a lot to be dumped. Toby, don't just stand there. Mobilize the rules of the city and start monitoring the corpses of these creatures. Zi Chen said aloud. This time, he obtained a lot of corpses of creatures from another dimension, and the people brought by Yi Qian were all strangers, so he naturally had to be on guard. The role of the divine race's divine city was equivalent to Zi Chen's own world. As long as the city lord is willing, the rules can monitor every movement here. Because things didn't go well in the beginning, Toby naturally had to stay here to help. When everything goes smoothly, Toby can be released. The corpses of the creatures from another dimension piled up like a small hill. There were 10 piles of level 6 corpses, 4 piles of level 7 corpses, 3 piles of level 8 corpses, and 1 pile of level 9 corpses. This should be enough for them to decompose for a long time. After leaving the rest to Toby, Zi Chen stepped into the transmission array and arrived at Fallen Swallow City. However, when Zi Chen was about to enter the transmission array of Fallen Swallow City, he was stopped by a divine envoy, who said, "Transmission divine crystals." Zi Chen was stunned when he heard that. Only then did he remember that he wasn't with Yi Qian. It seemed that after arriving in the divine realm for so long, he hadn't paid a single divine crystal. After paying 10 divine crystals as the transmission fee, Zi Chen arrived at the second city. He continued to pay divine crystals and teleported. During this time, he teleported dozens of times in a row. Although the consumption of divine crystals wasn't much, Zi Chen truly felt that such a long-distance transmission cost a lot of divine crystals. It was no wonder that Tyrant kept saying that he wanted to earn divine crystals when he came back last time. The last time they came here, they teleported no less than hundreds of times. Moreover, there were many of them, so the total amount was naturally a lot. When he arrived at the general level city again, Zi Chen quickly found Yi Qian. Then, he noticed that there were more than 200 divine envoys beside Yi Qian. Among them, there were level 5 and level 6 divine envoys. There weren't any level 7, level 8, or level 9 divine envoys. Why are there so few of them? Zichen asked in confusion. Yi Qian replied helplessly, many people still don't quite believe it. These people also said that they want to take a look first. How's it going on your side? I believe that after they see it, they won't be willing to leave, Zichen said confidently. Everything was difficult at the beginning. He believed that it would gradually get better in the future. That's good. Let's go. Yi Qian turned around, looked at the divine envoys, and said, everyone, follow me. At the same time, Zichen released his general level aura and spread out his spiritual thoughts. Is there anyone else who wants to go? If you don't want to stay there, we will pay you the divine crystals you need to return here. The divine envoys, who often stayed here, naturally knew what Zichen was talking about. At this moment, they were also a little moved. After all, it was good to go and take a look, and there was no loss. Everyone can go. We will pay the teleportation divine crystals to return, Zichen said again. In the God realm, not all divine envoys were rich, so they also cared about the teleportation divine crystals. Anyway, there was no harm in it. Moreover, Zichen also showed his general level aura, which made many people willing to trust him. So, they followed him. Whether it was to join in the fun or to really want to go, there were always hundreds more people in an instant. The teleportation divine crystals needed by these people added up were a lot. However, Yi Qian had the goddess token, so she obviously didn't need to pay the teleportation divine crystals. The team of hundreds of people followed Yi Qian and began to teleport over a long distance. Everywhere they passed, they attracted the attention of many guards of the teleportation formation. Obviously, they were still quite dissatisfied that they couldn't earn such a sum of money. However, there was such a rule in the God realm. After many teleportations, the last stop was Toby City. As soon as they walked out of the teleportation array, they saw the spacious city, and the dozens of corpses of otherworldly creatures piled up like mountains. In an instant, everyone was stunned. There were so many corpses of creatures from another dimension, enough for them to dissect for a long time. These creatures from another dimension are divided into different levels. Try to dissect them according to what you can. Then, go to the City Lord's mansion to exchange for materials. At this moment, Zichen realized that there were not enough people. They needed people to count the materials and divide the divine crystals. They even needed people to guard the teleportation formation. He looked at Yi Qian, and Yi Qian spread her hands and gave him a very helpless expression. Just as everyone was stunned, Zichen left Toby City. The world instantly opened, and he teleported outside the God City. Before he entered the city, he shouted loudly, "Everyone, wake up. We have to do some serious business." Chapter 27:30. They opened their eyes and woke up from their seclusion. They did not know what had happened and walked out of their rooms. "Why are you in such a hurry? What happened?" Su Mengyaro walked over leisurely and asked Zichen with concern. "I'll tell you later. Now, everyone, follow me," Zichen said anxiously. Everyone was puzzled, but they did not ask and followed Zichen out. "Is everyone leaving? Do we need to leave someone here to guard?" Wang Xian asked casually as she walked out with everyone. "There's no need for that. There are rules here. No one can come in." As the group walked out, Zichen's body glowed with energy and shrouded everyone. Then, he disappeared from where he was. As he had brought a lot of people with him and Zichen did not want to expose the world, he could not teleport to his destination in one go. During this time, he had time to briefly explain to everyone what had happened. Everyone was surprised when they heard Zichen's words. It was not a small matter to land on a city, but it was also a good thing. Such a big decision should be discussed with everyone in advance. This way, everyone can be prepared in advance. "It's too reckless to land on a city directly," Su Mengyaro said. Zichen said embarrassedly, "I thought it would be easy and did not think of other problems. Now that everyone is here, I'm a little confused." Everyone laughed when they heard that. After a series of rapid teleportations, they arrived outside Toby City. Then, they landed and entered Toby City. It had only been a short time since Zichen left. Everyone was still in shock as they looked at the piles of corpses of creatures from another dimension. Everyone, choose what you can do. 2 people will be in charge of the teleportation array. A few people will go to the City Lord Mansion. You can make your own arrangements for the rest, such as building a material warehouse or a place to rest, Zichen instructed. Everyone spread out and circulated their auras as they used their divine power to do their own things. Those gentlemen who were in shock were even more shocked when they sensed the auras of these people. In their perception, they actually didn't find anyone below the 6th level. This was simply too inconceivable. The resources that needed to be dissected were right in front of them, so they naturally wouldn't lie. Everyone believed what the goddess had said, and their hearts were filled with excitement. With so many resources to be decomposed, how much would they get in return? This was much faster than going out alone to kill. In an instant, these people decided to stay. Where else could he find such a good thing that he could earn resources without risking his life in battle? The oracles who had reached the level requirement were very happy, but those who were below level 5 were very depressed. Because their level was not high enough, they could not decompose the materials. This kind of good thing naturally had nothing to do with them. Soon, everyone dispersed. It was time to work. No one was willing to go against the divine crystals. Naturally, the more the better. There was no need for Zichen to instruct them. Everyone used their own abilities to find the materials that they could decompose. As for the others, they could only say that it was a pity. Looking at the dejected people who were not high enough, Zichen said, "You don't have to be so depressed. There are low-level creatures from other dimensions outside. If you want to stay, go out and fight. If you don't want to stay, I won't force you. If you are interested, you can help us recruit more suitable people. We will still pay for the transportation fee, but you must be at least level 5. If you find one, I will give you an extra 100 divine crystals for your hard work." When the oracles below level 5 heard this, their eyes lit up. It was as if they had seen an endless amount of divine crystals. With such a good deal, naturally no one was willing to stay and fight. Everyone expressed that they would leave immediately. Zichen paid them enough divine crystals to reach the exchange site. After they received the divine crystals, they trusted Zichen more and more, so they bid farewell and left. Soon, nearly a third of the hundreds of oracles had left. Just as Zichen turned around and was about to arrange other things for everyone, he found that there was still one level 3 who had not left. He asked in surprise, "Why aren't you leaving? Do you want to stay and fight?" The oracles said nervously, "Sir, my name is Yolo. Although I am only level 3, I would like to do something for you." "Oh, what can you do?" Zichen asked with a smile. "Guarding the teleportation array does not require one's level. I am willing to guard the teleportation array for free so that you can do other things," Yolo said. He looked at Zichen nervously. He knew that the 2 oracles guarding the teleportation array were level 6. It would be too wasteful. Zichen was surprised by Yolo's words. Without a doubt, Yolo was a smart person. He knew that Zichen was short of people, so he volunteered himself. Such people were indeed smart, but they were also very scheming. They often had too many ideas in their minds, both good and bad. "All right, you can stay." Zichen did not hesitate and nodded in agreement. He was a general-level existence. How could he not accept a smart person? Moreover, it was very convenient to deal with such people. "Thank you, sir." Yolo was very excited. He turned and went to the teleportation array. Zichen gestured for the 2 level 6 oracles to come over. At the same time, he said to Yolo, "For the next few months, the teleportation array can be used without any restrictions. There is no fee. I will ask the City Lord to give you divine crystals later. If you don't have enough divine power, just fill it up. Don't be afraid of wasting divine power. You must ensure the stability of the teleportation array." Although the teleportation array was connected to the city and had the entire city supplying it with divine power, it would not have enough divine power if it was used multiple times. At that time, it would have to be filled with divine crystals to maintain it. This was also why the teleportation array in the divine realm had to be charged. For some cities with a large flow of people, the teleportation fee alone was a considerable amount of income. Sir, don't worry. I will ensure that divine power is filled every moment, Yolo said with a fist salute. After arranging for the others to start breaking down the materials, Zichen joined the construction team. Buzz. Light flickered on his body. Rays of light materialized and flew out, turning into clones. These clones stood in different places. The power in their bodies surged as they began to mobilize the power of rules. On the other side, the others also displayed various clones and were busy. Boom. The earth trembled and dust filled the air. A large hall appeared out of thin air. The hall was as tall as a 3-story building, and its surface flickered with an earthy yellow light. LV Peng soared into the air and quickly formed seals with his hands. Lines of runes fell on the earthy yellow hall. Then, the earthy yellow hall gradually turned black, flashing with a dark light. This was the treasury for the disassembled materials. The construction was completed. Finding a group of people above the 6th level to build a city was a little too rich and imposing. In other places, buildings rose from the ground one after another. Some were specifically for disassembling materials, while others were specifically for resting. Each had its own purpose. The materials from before were now placed in the warehouses. There were close to 100 of them, and only then were the corpses of the creatures from the alternate dimensions placed in them. Yi Qian, Su Mengyaro, and the others were grading the materials. When the time came, they would be rewarded according to the grades. Zhong Haotian and the others were busy building other places. They did not have the slightest bit of free time. Everyone was busy with their work. The divine envoys who returned with the materials had already spread the news. At the same time, for the sake of divine crystals, they were working hard to promote Zichen. In addition, Yi Qian was still using her rule power to spread the news in the transaction area. As a result, Toby City gradually became famous in this area. The news quickly spread to Rocky City. Hearing the news, Rocky frowned. Obviously, he did not expect that Yi Qian and Zichen would make such a big move. At this time, Sina and the others came. Obviously, they came for Zichen's matter. Among them was Ben Senlu. Obviously, he did not want Zichen and Yi Qian to have an easy time. Last time, everyone except Kai Meng was present. Why don't we go and buy a city and then cut off the transmission array of that city? The city they were in was called Fallen Swallow City. The city lord is only a 6th-level divine envoy. Buying his city is not difficult at all. Xin Lin went straight to the point. Since we've already asked around, what are we waiting for? Let's go directly. Ben Senlu stood up, impatient. The others did not move. They all looked at Rocky. Obviously, Rocky's position was the lowest in the group, but most of the time, they would listen to him. Deep in thought, Rocky shook his head and said, "That won't do. The divine realm prevents vicious competition. Even if we do that, it will not be a fundamental threat to them. Once they expand to a certain scale, a transmission array will not be able to stop them. Moreover, you are all sons of gods. If you get involved, it will not be good for the gods." Hearing this, everyone nodded. Even Ben Senlu, who had always been at odds with Rocky, did not sing a different tune. This was related to the honor of the gods. Naturally, they could not be careless. Then what should we do? Xavier asked. Rocky raised 2 fingers and said, 2 suggestions. One is to ignore them. We each display our own strength and mind our own business. The second is to use the same method to recruit people, but the rewards are more generous. This way, there will be fewer and fewer people on their side. But we don't have that much time to kill creatures from another dimension. Sina said. This is the crux of the problem, and also our disadvantage. However, if we persist for a while, Zichen will definitely raise the price. We don't care about losses, but he can't. When that time comes, his profits will be very small. This is the only way we can keep them in check, but this method is difficult and unrewarding. You will lose 800 of your own men. Go back and think about it. The few of them went back. They really did need to think about this kind of unrewarding thing. In the blink of an eye, half a month passed. More and more divine envoys came to Toby City. Most of them said that they wanted to come and take a look, but after coming, they did not want to leave. Chapter 27:31. Hearing this, Zichen smiled. He didn't need to guess to know who this person was. Seeing that Zichen could still smile at this moment, Yolo asked in confusion, "My lord, how can you still smile? I heard that it's not just one son of God, but several. Moreover, the price of the materials they exchange for is higher than ours. Many of them have already left. They didn't tell me the reason before, so I had to ask them." Zichen said, "Why can't I smile when it's a good thing to increase our attention? Not only should I smile, but I should also laugh." Yolo looked at Zichen worriedly, thinking that he was being sarcastic. He should be very angry at this moment. Zichen patted him on the shoulder and said, "Go, it's fine. This is only temporary. After this period of time, everything will get better. Remember to keep the teleportation array full of energy. My lord, don't worry. There will be no problem with the teleportation array." Yolo nodded and promised, then turned and left. Zichen didn't send anyone to investigate the actions of Wei and the others, because there was no need and no meaning. The speed at which he killed the creatures from the other spacetime was not something they could compare with. Moreover, he could guarantee that there would be an endless stream of creatures from the other spacetime. Now, this was just the beginning. After a long time, when the flow of people in Toby City increased, he would give up on the 6th and 7th level creatures and focus on the 8th level creatures. At that time, how could Wei compete with him? Unless they found dozens of divine generals to kill the 8th and 8th level creatures from the other spacetime without rest. But I don't believe that any divine general would do such a meaningless thing. Although Zichen didn't care about Wei's little tricks, some people did, such as the divine envoys. Since they were deliberately causing trouble, they naturally needed to let everyone know. In the past few days, in Toby City, there were rumors that the other cities were recruiting materials at high prices. The price of the materials they decomposed was nearly 30% higher than that of Toby City. This was a very attractive number, and it made many divine envoys want to leave. Therefore, these people's efficiency slowed down, and some were already considering whether to leave or not. This was an independent profession, and there were no restrictions. The materials that were decomposed could be exchanged for divine crystals on the same day, and there would be no embezzlement during this period of time. After taking the divine crystals on that day, those people would turn around and step into the teleportation array to leave, so there were fewer and fewer people here. Zichen saw all of this, but his expression didn't change much. He wouldn't compete with Wei in terms of price, because Wei wouldn't be able to last long. He, on the other hand, wanted to continue expanding in this city. He could only wait for this period of time, or rather, wait for Wei and the others to retreat. These guys are really shameless. When the others heard about this matter, they were extremely displeased. If it weren't for the fact that they had the backing of their fathers, they would have long gone over and chopped up those fellows who were always going against them. However, Zichen indicated that they did not need to worry. Striving for a breakthrough in strength was the way to go. Moreover, this matter may not be completely disadvantageous to them. While Zichen was patrolling the city, a 5th-level divine envoy came forward and bowed to Zichen from afar. Zichen stopped. It was clear that the other party had something to say. "Lord." The other party came forward. Zichen nodded to the other party. "In the past few days, we have heard that similar things have happened in several other cities, and many people have come to ask us to go. But we don't want to go, we want to stay here and follow Lord, but recently, there are fewer and fewer people. Has Lord not thought of any countermeasures?" The other party said aloud. It was unknown if he really cared about this place. Zichen smiled and said, "I am actually very gratified that you can stay here. In the past few days, after thinking about it, I have also thought of a countermeasure. This way, I can also answer to the old people who stayed here." "Oh. May I know what Lord has thought of a countermeasure?" the other party asked curiously. "It's very simple. All the divine envoys who come to report will have their rewards reduced by 10%, and you 382 old people will have an extra 10%. I won't inform you about this matter, but I will have to trouble you to inform everyone. Oh, there is one more thing. If you don't like the treatment here, you can leave at any time, but anyone who leaves here will not be hired in the future. Zichen said. Ah! The divine envoy was startled. Go. Tell everyone about this matter. Also, if anyone wants to leave, I will not stop them. On the contrary, I will provide them with teleportation god crystals so that they can receive them at the place where they exchange for materials. The 5th level divine envoy left. It seemed that the answer was completely different from what he had expected. He had expected that after telling Lord about this matter, Lord would definitely raise the price for them. Although the price had now been raised, it was only a 10% increase, which was really far from what he had expected. He returned to the place where the materials were broken down, and the others gathered around and curiously asked about the result. The other party told them about Zichen's decision. Only a 10% increase. Does he really think that this place is a delicious cake that everyone wants to come here? The reason we are still here is because we still have feelings for this place. It is because of old feelings. Since he is so unreasonable, then don't blame us for being ruthless. One of the divine envoys said with dissatisfaction. Lord said that if we leave now, we will not be hired in the future. The divine envoy from before said again. If he doesn't want to, then don't. Now there are so many cities that are recruiting. Do you really think that if we leave here, we will have nowhere else to go? Moreover, we are 5th level divine envoys, people who can become city lords, but now we are working ourselves to death here breaking down materials. I quit. A 5th level divine envoy, after collecting the materials on the ground, turned around and left. After taking a few steps, he looked back at the others and asked, "What about you? Why are you still here? Do you enjoy the feeling of being squeezed?" Some people's expressions changed, while others remained indifferent. If you still have some courage, then come with me. The divine realm is so big, why do you want to be squeezed here? The other party said again, and some people followed. That place's price is 30% higher than here. The price will definitely continue to rise. As long as you put in a bit of effort, it won't be long before you become a true city lord. The other party said again, obviously unwilling to leave with so few people. If we go with more people, I believe there is still room for negotiation. The reward may be increased by 10% or 20%. You can do as you see fit. Some more people came forward. There were about 100 of them. Old Jeru, are we going or not? At this time, an extremely young divine emissary approached an old divine emissary and asked in a low voice. Go. Where to? Old Jeru said casually, but he did not stop working. Leave with Chaslin. He said that other places pay 30% higher than here. If we bring more people, there is still room for negotiation. The young divine envoy said. Old Jeru heard this, turned to the young divine envoy and said, "Then why don't you go?" The young divine envoy scratched his head and said, "I don't have my own opinion, it depends on whether you go or not. Chaslin just said that he can become a city lord, he doesn't want to be squeezed dry here." Old Jeru sneered and said, "A level 5 can indeed become a city lord, but only those who are willing to work hard and have the strength. You can't become a city lord just by talking. The lords here treat us well, they are easygoing and give us generous rewards. Didn't they increase the reward by 10%? Just be content." But Chaslin said that other places have higher prices. "I also want to earn divine crystals to buy a city for myself," the young divine envoy said. "Eddie, how long have you been in the divine realm?" "About 10,000 years. "Oh, you can reach level 5 in 10,000 years, you are a genius." "Not at all, I was just lucky. You have been in the divine realm for 10,000 years, don't you know that there are no free resources in the divine realm? The lords here give generous rewards, they are the most generous I have seen in all these years, but what do you think will happen if the price is increased by 30%? Eddie said, "More generous." Old Jeru nodded and said, "Yes, it will be more generous, but it also means that their profits will be lower. Think about it, why would they do that? It should be because it is difficult to recruit people. Is it difficult? Many small city lords will fight for such rewards, right? After calculating it, the profit they can make from the exchange is really too low. Is there a problem with that? Eddie asked, confused. There is a big problem. You don't always listen to others, you have to see how they do it. Take Chaslin for example, if he doesn't want to stay here, he can just leave. Why would he drag others with him? He is trying to get more rewards for everyone. Don't be naive, if the rewards are increased, they will have no profits. Then what's going on? Obviously, there wasn't before, but there was after this city was built. The price is so ridiculously high, of course, it is on purpose. Chaslin talked to someone the day before yesterday, that person should have come from another city. I can guess what he is up to. The lords in this city are young, but their realms are very high. How can they be short-sighted? Now, they give us a 10% increase, but lower the rewards for those who come later. Can't you guess the reason? I can guess that from today on, no one is willing to come. Are you stupid? It proves that he is confident that people will come even at such a high price. In this way, it is enough to show that people in other cities can't work for long. Otherwise, the lords wouldn't say that people who leave here will never be hired again. So, are we leaving or not? Why should we leave? Let's break down the materials. I've wasted so much time with you, I can break down a set of materials. After today, there were less than 200 people left from the original 382 people. Their work efficiency was greatly reduced. Zichen wasn't surprised at all. He even announced to the public that the rewards of those who came would be reduced by 10%. The other cities took the opportunity to raise the prices by 10% again. They raised and lowered the prices. The result was obvious, no one from Toby City came. But at this time, Zichen announced that the price would be reduced by 10% again, and the other cities would increase it by another 10%. In this way, the other cities' rewards were almost twice that of Toby City's. With such a sharp contrast, even more oracles went to the other cities. Under this constant comparison, more people learned about the work of breaking down materials in the other cities, so they all went there. At this time, Zichen announced that he would no longer recruit people. In this way, the cities that Yawei and the others went to became more conspicuous, so there were even more people. In the end, there were too many decomposers there, and the supply of resources couldn't meet the demand. The new corpses of creatures from another spacetime couldn't be transported back. In the end, there were even more people than resources. Looking at the decomposers in the cities who had nothing to do, Yawei knew that they had lost this game. Chapter 2732. There were only 100 or so oracles dissecting the materials in Toby City. The corpses of the creatures from the alternate dimensions filled hundreds of warehouses. These 100 or so people didn't leave from the beginning. They were all insightful people, and there were more than a dozen of them who looked old. They weren't very strong, but they were used to life and death. They knew how dangerous the realm of the gods was. There was no such thing as a free lunch. Speaking of which, being able to meet the lords here was already considered quite lucky. But Eddie didn't understand why there were so many resources here, but the lords had announced that they wouldn't recruit more people. There was one more person who didn't leave. It was the third-level oracle called Joseph. He had said that he would guard the teleportation array for Zichen for free, but Zichen couldn't really not pay him. He treated him well, and Zichen thought that he was a good person. On this day, Zichen personally went to the teleportation formation and handed a divine ring to Joseph. He said, "There are divine crystals inside for the teleportation formation. You have to ensure that the teleportation formation is fully charged at all times. Also, the free teleportation has ended. Anyone who wants to use the teleportation formation will have to pay a teleportation fee. I don't have many people for you now, but if you have friends, you can ask them to work for you. From now on, you will be the leader of the teleportation guards here." Really? Joseph's eyes lit up. He had stayed here to follow the Lord and gain the Lord's trust. Why would I lie? Is one day enough for you to bring people back? Zichen asked. Yes. Thank you, my lord. I thank you on behalf of my friends, Joseph said gratefully. Zichen smiled. Go. Okay. Joseph's body flashed and he entered the teleportation array. At the same time, Yi Qian also came and entered the teleportation array. But before she left, she looked at him with a bit of bitterness. Heaven can be my witness, Zichen definitely didn't let Yi Qian go personally just to save some insignificant teleportation fees. Light flashed, and Toby appeared. How is it? Zichen asked. Those cities can't offer anything more that needs to be dissected. Many people are very disappointed and are planning to leave, said Toby, who had gone out personally to gather information. Zichen nodded and said with a smile, this time, it seems that I have to thank Yongwei. It's only been half a year, but the results have already far exceeded expectations. If it weren't for them causing such a ruckus, I'm afraid it would take decades to reach such a scale. On the same day, Yi Qian appeared in the central city and put up a new recruitment notice. The reward she gave this time was 20% less than the first time. In other words, it was only half of what Wei had given her. As soon as this news came out, many people had some complaints in their hearts, but even more people directly chose to go to Toby City. Obviously, even if the price was reduced by half, as long as there were endless materials to be decomposed, it was still possible. Even if the price was high, what was the use of decomposing 1 or 2 materials a day? For a time, the oracles in those cities began to leave in large numbers. When they arrived at Toby City and contacted the reception staff, they found out that if they came now, their reward would be increased by 10%. In other words, it was the 10% reduction that Zichen had mentioned. They had already accepted the previous price. Now that the reward was increased by 10%, they were naturally pleasantly surprised. Thus, they immediately expressed their desire to register. After all, Xing Chen, who was in charge of the registration, had made it very clear that if they were late, they would not receive the additional reward. For a time, there was a long queue at the registration area. Joseph, who was guarding the teleportation array, was very happy when he saw the number of people increase in an instant. At the same time, he admired Luo Yunyang even more. He instructed the people beside him to continuously fill the slots of the teleportation array with divine crystals. It only took him half a day to gather a dozen good friends and return to guard the teleportation array. In just one day, the number of oracles that came to Toby City had reached unprecedented levels. When they saw that there were so many materials that could be decomposed, they were extremely shocked. When there were so many people, they naturally needed some people to manage them. Zichen already had a plan in mind for these people. They were the more than 100 oracles that had been left behind previously. They were no longer decomposing materials. Instead, they were assigned to various places in the city and were in charge of various matters. After half a year, these people were obviously more trustworthy than the others. After arranging everything, they began to recruit people on a large scale. They recruited all kinds of guards and various administrative staff. Because of the previous momentum created by Wei and the others, as well as the destruction of the city, Toby City immediately became the focus of attention. During this period of time, the happiest person was not Zichen and the others, but the city governor of Fallen Swallow City. Speaking of which, the teleportation fee he had received from his half-dead city had reached an extremely large number within a short few days. It was even more than 100 times the sum of what he had received over the years. If this continued, he would be able to earn a small sum of money just from the teleportation fees alone. It was not only him. The same thing happened in other nearby cities. In Toby City, in addition to some decomposing materials, some merchants also saw a business opportunity and came in advance. Some expressed that they wanted to rent a piece of land, while others directly negotiated to buy the decomposed materials. In short, all kinds of people came. The more people there are, the more chaotic it becomes. Zichen was busier than before, and the number of people around him was getting fewer and fewer. Moreover, everyone had no experience. They were like headless flies, bumping into each other every day without any purpose. They did not know what they were doing. At this moment, there were close to 400 people that Zichen trusted in this city. This number sounded like a lot, but it was still not enough. After all, this was a city that was still expanding. A mere 400 people wouldn't even be able to make a splash in this city, right? Just when Zichen and the others were busy, a team of 1,000 people suddenly came to Toby City. The appearance of this team instantly became a scene in Toby City. At this moment, the noisy city became unusually quiet. The eyes and divine sense of all the divine envoys fell on these people. Of course, this included Zi Chen. Because they were all women, a total of 1,000 divine race women. Their realm wasn't high, but their appearance was top-notch. They stood there and competed with each other, making people unable to blink their eyes. The leader was a third-grade divine envoy. Her beauty was only slightly inferior to Su Mengyaro and the others, but her temperament was unique. Jolena was her name. Just like her personality, she was passionate and unrestrained. She was the leader of these women. As for their origin, it was very simple. They were from the 9th region. These people were sent by the pagoda battle god. They came at the right time. Obviously, the pagoda battle god had been paying attention to them. He knew what they needed, so he sent them what they needed. Their arrival was definitely not for show. Under Xiaolina's leadership, the 1,000 of them quickly took over the work that Zi Chen and the rest had been doing. Moreover, every single one of them was extremely important. Although Jolena was only a third-grade divine envoy, she was very capable and experienced. After asking Zi Chen and Yi Chen some questions and gaining a simple understanding of the city's situation, she took over everything. The entire city, from top to bottom, including Zi Chen, Tyrant, and the rest, as well as the more than 100 people who had stayed behind previously, had all become her subordinates. They listened to her arrangements and did things according to her wishes. At the same time, she also arranged the most suitable positions for everyone. With Jolena's help, everything became simple. The development of the city became orderly. During this period, Zi Chen specially asked Jolena and the others whether they would stay here for a short time or help for a long time. Jolena's answer made Zi Chen speechless. The divine envoy said that we will be your servants from now on. You can use us however you want. What do you mean by use us however you want? Zi Chen was speechless, but he understood the other party's meaning. He was very grateful to the pagoda battle divine envoy. Jolena, who was walking forward, suddenly turned her head and looked at Zi Chen. She gave him a charming smile and stretched out her jade-like hand to stroke his smooth forehead. She said, "The highest realm among us is only third-grade divine envoy." What do you mean? Zi Chen was startled when he heard this. He was somewhat puzzled. We don't want any reward and are willing to follow Lord and the divine envoy. But we can't stay at this realm forever, right? As Lord's personal subordinates, Lord wouldn't feel that we are too weak, right? She winked at Zi Chen, then turned around and left. Her slender waist twisted like a water snake. If that's the case, then our realms are indeed too low. Zi Chen muttered. In the future, these people would follow them for a long time. Zi Chen naturally had to help them raise their realms. Not only them, but also all the people he trusted. This was also his responsibility. With Jolena's help, everything went smoothly. Not only did the city expand, but Jolena also continuously recruited people. The city where Ji Wei, Ben Senlu, and the others were in completely announced that they would stop dividing the city. The divine envoys who thought that they could earn back a city in a few years were all dumbfounded. Especially the divine envoys who left Tobi City. They were very regretful. But when they left, Zi Chen made it very clear that he would not hire them again. After the city stabilized, Tyrant and the others continued their seclusion. Zi Chen, Yi Chen, and Li Ari could be considered to have some free time. At this time, Shadowless returned from the depths. Clearly, he brought back news about the depths. Chapter 2733. What happened? Zi Chen asked when he saw Shadowless. He was so busy here that he forgot about Shadowless. Shadowless must have been back for a long time and found no one in the city, so he came here. After you left that day, I went to those buildings and saw a huge hive hidden in the thick fog, Shadowless said with some shock. Zi Chen nodded. He had already seen this point back then. Those creatures from another dimension all listen to that hive, and it's not just the hive. When you teleported 10,000 miles away, it quickly sensed it. Soon, you teleported 30,000 miles away, but it still knew. I wondered if its spiritual sense was very strong, but as I went deeper, I found that wasn't the reason. Shadowless said, Do you still remember that humanoid creature? Zichen nodded. He encountered it twice and couldn't take advantage of it. Of course, he wouldn't forget. It wasn't bred in that hive, and it didn't appear there by coincidence. The existence in the depths sent it there. I suspect that the internal hive can communicate with the external hive, and even control the other's consciousness, and then communicate with other creatures from another dimension. This is the only way to explain how it could know you were 30,000 miles away in an instant. Zichen was a little surprised when he heard this. He said, "So, every time we make a move, the existence in the depths can sense it. I think that should be the case. But during this period, I went out to hunt a lot of creatures from another dimension, and I didn't see anyone from the depths," Zichen said. "Those ordinary creatures from another dimension have no intelligence and are completely cannon fodder. Of course, they don't care. But a hive is different. It's very rare. And this time, after I went into the depths, I found dozens of similar places." Dozens? Zichen was shocked when he heard this. Shadowless nodded and said, "This is only what I saw. I believe there are many more I haven't seen. Each of them has a hive, and it's a hive that can control those general-level creatures. They are separated by hundreds of thousands of miles. I wonder if they are connected." In Zichen's mind, an image appeared. In this image, there were countless castles. These castles were arranged in a circular shape, and in the middle, there were many mother nests. This arrangement was undoubtedly very similar to the arrangement of the 10 regions. The outer regions were all low-level cities, while the inner regions were all high-level cities. Just like that, the outer regions continued to expand. Could it be that in the depths of this place, there are also creatures from another spacetime that are equivalent to heavenly gods? Zichen thought to himself in shock. It was just a guess, but after hearing what Shadowless said, he was sure of it. Then, something seemed to occur to Zichen. He asked, "You mean, every general-level mother nest is hundreds of thousands of miles away from each other?" Shadowless nodded. "At least hundreds of thousands of miles. What's the matter? What do you think?" Zichen asked again. "For the time being, I don't have much of an idea." Then, "Have you noticed that among those mother nests, there are higher-level Tien clans?" "I don't think so. I went in to take a look. The creatures from another spacetime seem to be of the same level, but there are too many of them. If they come out from the depths, there are very few people in the outer regions who can stop them." Shadowless sighed. "In our time, we were evenly matched with the creatures from another spacetime. But now, this place has become the world of the creatures from another spacetime. The divine clan of the heavenly realm is more like an outsider." Zichen didn't comment on this. No matter how big the heavenly realm was, it couldn't be bigger than this vast starry sky world. It couldn't even compare to the worlds on the life stars. It was just that the two sides weren't equal in strength. But in the depths of Zichen's heart, there was an extremely bold idea. But it was obviously not feasible for the time being. There were more and more decomposers in the city, and they could decompose more and more materials every day. Zichen's previous stock was emptied out from the warehouse every day. Therefore, when Jolina first came to find Zichen, he went out for a trip. This time, his main goal was still to kill the level 6 creatures from another spacetime and bring back the level 7 and 8 creatures. For an entire day, Zichen was on a killing spree. There were too many corpses of spacetime creatures piled up in the world. After returning to Toby City, he stored the materials in the warehouse. 2 months had passed, and Toby City was getting more and more boisterous. Even at night, there were still a lot of decomposers working tirelessly to decompose the materials. As soon as Zichen returned to his room, someone knocked on his door. When he opened the door, he was surprised to see Jolina. She was wearing a low-necked black dress. Under her beautiful neck, her delicate collarbone was clearly visible. She stood outside the door and looked at Zichen. "Can I come in?" Zichen nodded and moved to the side to make way. A light breeze blew, and a light fragrance entered his nose. Zichen's expression was calm. "It's so late. Is there something urgent?" Zichen poured a cup of tea for Jolina. The water was from the god realm, and the tea leaves came from the life star. She thanked him and reached out to take the cup. The billowing waves under her collarbone were exposed through the low-necked black dress. Today, a god emissary from the trading ground came to me and asked if I could guarantee that this city could continue to operate for a long time. Jolene took a sip and asked curiously, what was added to the water? Tea leaves from my hometown. Why did he ask this question? Zichen asked. He said that if this city could continue to operate for a long time, he would like to build a new trading ground here and transfer some resources here. Jolene took another sip of tea. Oh, there's such a thing. Zichen was a little shocked when he heard this. It should be known that the trading ground had to be the core of a region. If the other party really did that, it meant that they wanted to develop this city as the core. In the future, not only would there be more and more people here, it would become more and more lively. Even the nearby cities would increase sharply and eventually become another core region. Sir, you underestimate our place. Currently, the number of decomposers we have recruited has reached 5,000, and this number is still increasing every day. According to the current situation, it won't be long before we have 10,000 decomposers. With more than 10,000 decomposers, the amount of resources we create every day is a huge number, and it will increase in the future. According to my original plan, they should have come 1 month earlier, but they delayed by 1 month. Obviously, they are hesitant, Jolene said. This is a good thing. Did you agree? Zichen asked. Of course not. I am just a small housekeeper. How could I dare to make such a decision? Besides, the other party has made a request. I don't know if Sir can accept this request, Jolene said. There seemed to be some hidden bitterness in her eyes. Zichen laughed when he heard that. You are not a small housekeeper. You are almost the master of this city. On the other hand, we are all your servants. We will be at your beck and call. I would like to see what their request is that even you don't dare to agree. Sir, you are quite humorous. Their request is that this city must be upgraded to a general city, and they must ensure that this city can never be moved. It must stay here forever, Jolene said. Why would they make such a request? Zichen asked, puzzled. Creating a trading ground requires a lot of financial and material resources. They are also worried that if Sir cannot hold on, you will leave with the city. However, if it is a general city that cannot be moved, then it will be different. This is because such a city will consume a lot of resources. They will not give it up so easily. In fact, compared to us, the amount of resources required to create a trading ground far surpasses the value of a general city, Jolene said. Zichen frowned slightly when he heard that. This request is not excessive. However, it seems to be too troublesome to upgrade. If I had known, I would have just bought a general city. Why would we need to go through all this trouble? Zichen felt a little regretful. If he had known, he would have gone to the 9th heavenly god to chat with him. He believed that at that time, the 9th heavenly god would definitely have suggested buying a general city. At that time, Zichen thought that it was just a small matter. He did not expect that it would be so big that it actually attracted the people of the trading ground. One must know that the 9th heavenly god represented the official power of the heavenly realm. It was the largest power that no one dared to provoke. The heavenly realm had been open for so many years, but he had never heard of anyone behaving atrociously in the trading ground or besieging the trading ground. Even Ben Senlu, who was known as the biggest playboy in the heavenly realm, behaved himself in the trading ground. Zichen thought about it seriously and said, how about this? Go and tell the people of the trading ground that the current city lord Toby is not a divine general yet. He is only a level 7 divine envoy. However, he will be able to become a divine general in 3 years. After he breaks through, we will immediately ask him to upgrade the city to a general city. We will let them build the trading ground first. If they do not trust us, then they can come back in 3 years. Before the city lord was set down, there was no grade restriction on the city lord's soul. However, once the city lord was set down and connected to the laws, it would be difficult to upgrade the city lord's soul. 3 years. Jolene, who was only a level 3 divine envoy, could not help but change her expression when she heard that. She had been in the heavenly realm for many years and was only a level 3 divine envoy. She did not expect Mr. to say that a level 7 divine envoy could become a divine general in 3 years. This was too inconceivable. Yes, that's definitely possible. Go ahead and tell him. Zichen nodded and said with certainty. Jolina nodded and left. However, when she was about to reach the door, Zichen suddenly said, "In the future, you don't need to come and ask me. Just ask the goddess directly. She has the final say here. You have worked hard during this period. Here are some tea leaves from my hometown." Zichen handed Jolina a small bag of tea leaves from the Lifestar. Jolina took the tea leaves and looked at Zichen. She smiled meaningfully and said, "The goddess said that you have the final say here." After saying that, she left. The next day, Jolina passed the news to the people of the trading ground. On the 3rd day, a divine general was sent to the trading ground and said that he wanted to see the goddess. Translator, Timothy_editor, Globeglotter. Chapter 2734. The divine general of the trading ground came and said he wanted to see goddess Yi Qian. After all, building a trading ground was no small matter. After the initial negotiation, a divine general had to come in person. But once the trading ground was built, it would be beneficial for both sides. Even Yi Qian, who didn't care about this matter, went to meet the divine general in person after learning that he had come. Of course, Zichen had to accompany her. In the city lord's mansion, they met divine general Luo Wei, who had come from the trading ground. "Greetings, goddess." After meeting her, divine general Luo Wei bowed to Yi Qian. "You're welcome, divine general. What brings you here today?" Yi Qian gestured for him to sit down. Soon, someone served tea and snacks. Divine General Luo Wei said, "To tell you the truth, the domain of darkness has been developing very slowly in recent years. Especially in this area, the speed of destruction has far surpassed the speed of construction. I heard that you've built a city here. After some discussion, we've decided to move the trading ground here and encourage the oracles of this area to continue expanding and strengthen the foundation of the gods. We're happy to contribute to the expansion of the gods," said Yi Qian. Luo Wei said with some difficulty, "But we learned yesterday that the city lord here is only at level 7. According to the rules of the realm of gods, this is somewhat inappropriate. You're talking about City Lord Toby, right? He'll become a divine general in less than 3 years. Now, he doesn't lack resources, only time." Yi Qian repeated what Zichen had said before. But seeing that divine general Luo Wei was still in a difficult situation, Yi Qian said, "What? You don't believe us? It's not that I don't believe you, but we'll have to wait 3 years. This seems a little difficult. I heard that you've reached the general level. Why don't you help us?" Luo Wei did seem to be in a difficult situation. "My city is in the deepest part of the realm of gods, and I don't care about this place. The original purpose of building this place was to decompose materials and facilitate transactions. I don't have any other intentions," said Yi Qian. "I see. But we can't change the rules of the realm of gods. Besides, there are fewer and fewer cities here. We're eager to encourage the oracles. How about this? We'll pay for the resources needed to upgrade the city. As long as the city is upgraded to the general level, everything will be negotiable." Luo Wei said, "After the matter is settled, we'll give the divine lady some extra compensation." Divine General Luo Wei is too polite. "Since this matter is beneficial to the development of the god race, we will not decline. We will provide the resources. As for the upgrade, we will immediately prepare for it. Lord Divine General, please rest assured. If you have any other instructions, please feel free to let me know," Zichen suddenly said. The people in the trading area were all officials. Before coming, they had clearly inquired about Zichen's identity. At this moment, hearing Zichen speak with such a good attitude, Divine General Luo Wei was very surprised. This was because he knew the weight of Zichen's words. The moment he opened his mouth, he had already decided on this matter. The reason he had come was because of this sentence. But as a divine general, he obviously didn't think that this was the other party's magnanimity. If it really was for the sake of the development of the god realm, the other party wouldn't have said 3 days yesterday, and the goddess wouldn't have said that today. Divine General Luo Wei thought quickly and said, "Thank you very much. What can we do in the trading area?" Zichen said, "You are too polite, Lord. We are very proud to be able to contribute to the development of the God realm. However, we do have some small troubles recently, and only you can help us." "What kind of trouble?" the Divine General asked. At the same time, he was relieved. As long as the other party had a request, then this matter was obviously settled. This request was equivalent to a condition. Before coming, he had been prepared for the other party to ask for an exorbitant price. There was no other way. Even though they represented the officials of the God realm, they didn't have the power to casually turn a place into a trading center. It had to be built on the basis of a lively city. There were many cities here, and even several city lords were at the general realm. However, those cities were not lively enough and had no people. Naturally, it wouldn't work. "Have you seen this thing, Lord?" With a flash of light in Zichen's hand, a piece of the Saber Ancestors tablet appeared. It was only the size of a palm, covered by the light of energy, and floated above his palm. "No." Divine General Luo Wei shook his head and said, "This is something from my hometown. It has a profound meaning to the people in my hometown. Over the years in the God realm, I have only found a few pieces, and they were found in the trading area. Although the price is not high, it is extremely difficult to find. After all, it is a thought of the people in my hometown. Therefore, Zichen hopes that you can help me. Through your rules, can you tell me where it is, so I can buy it?" Zichen said. "That is not a problem, but you should know that we can only check the 10th domain. We have no right to interfere with other places," Divine General Luo Wei said. Luo Wei said. He was a little surprised. He didn't expect Zichen to make such a simple request. "Then I will have to trouble you, Lord. Oh, in addition to this pattern, there are other similar patterns, such as these." Zichen used his spiritual thoughts to send Divine General Luo Wei a picture of the other 9 extreme weapons. Divine General Luo Wei nodded and said that he would check when he returned. Once there was news, he would immediately inform him. "Thank you very much, Divine General. As for here, don't worry. Our next goal is to recruit 100,000 or even more decomposers. During this period, most of them will be used to decompose materials above level 8, Zichen said. This may be a little difficult. Lord Zichen, you should know that the higher the level of the oracle, the more they do not want to be restricted, Divine General Luo Wei said. What if I use a level 9 mother nest as a reward? I believe that many level 8 oracles would fight for it, right? Zichen smiled. Lord, you have a level 9 mother nest. Divine General Luo Wei's eyes widened, and his expression changed. Zichen shook his head and smiled. No, I don't. But with ideas and goals, isn't it possible to show them? Before Divine General Luo Wei left, Zichen said again, Lord, if you want a level 9 mother nest, you may have to go through some trouble. However, level 6 and 7 mother nests should not be a problem. Divine General Luo Wei cupped his fists again and then left. He could still understand the meaning of Zichen's last words. Obviously, it was to assure them and also to give them some motivation so that they would not go back half-heartedly. After Divine General Luo Wei left, Yi Qian asked, will they look for it? They should. But, after they find it, will they stay? I don't think so. After all, these things are not very useful to them. There's not much point in keeping them. Upgrading a city was actually very simple. As long as one had a general level soul and enough resources, it could be easily upgraded. The next day, Toby withdrew his soul, and Li Ari personally took control of the city. Then, they poured an endless stream of resources into the city's core. With these resources, the city's quality began to improve. Buzz. In the bustling city of Toby, there was a sudden energy fluctuation. A powerful fluctuation came from the ground. The city was originally covered by a formation, but after a few flashes, the formation disappeared. With the disappearance of the formation, the space-time creatures in the distance flew toward the city. Their levels were not high, but they were unusually cruel. While all the divine envoys in the city were confused, a new formation appeared and covered the entire city. Sensing that the formation's light shield was more condensed than before, the expressions of all the divine envoys in the city changed. It was obvious that they had guessed what had happened. It's been a few months since the city fell, and it has already leveled up. This is really amazing. It should be an 8th grade city now. It's a waste to leave it here. That's right. An 8th grade city's sturdiness is beyond imagination. Just as everyone was discussing, the light shield that had just risen not long ago flashed again and then disappeared. The spacetime creatures that were previously blocked outside rushed in one after another. What's going on? The divine envoys were puzzled. At the same time, they did not care too much about the spacetime creatures that appeared. At this moment, in this city, the lowest realm was a 3rd grade divine envoys. How could they be afraid of these 1st grade and 2nd grade spacetime creatures? The battle ended in a very short time, and then no more spacetime creatures came in. This was because a new formation had appeared. Everyone's expression changed when they sensed the ripples of aura emitted by this formation. They were extremely shocked. This was because this was the aura of a 9th grade city. It actually leveled up by 2 levels. From the 7th to the 9th level directly. Everyone was extremely shocked. They did not expect that it would level up by 2 levels. Everyone found it inconceivable that a level 9 city would appear in such a place. After all, the spacetime creatures here were only 1st grade and 2nd grade. A 3rd grade city was too rich. But now, it had leveled up to the 9th level. This was too extravagant. The whole city was abuzz with discussions. For most of the divine envoys, the higher the level of the city, the safer they would be. Naturally, they were happy. Discussions began to sound non-stop. However, right at that moment, the Grand City Protection Formation in the sky disappeared once again. With the previous 2 experiences, everyone guessed what was about to happen. Everyone's face was full of shock. After the 9th level was the general level. This was not only for the divine envoys, but also for the city. If this city leveled up again, it would become a general city. Is it going to be leveled up to the general level? Everyone was extremely shocked, and their hearts were full of anticipation. The spacetime creatures that were blocked in the distance flew over here again and then entered the city. However, this time, no one chose to attack. Everyone was waiting, and their expressions were full of anticipation. Buzz. Above the city, rays of light appeared. After these rays of light flew into the sky, they split into thunderbolts and fell from the sky, landing on the spacetime creatures' bodies. Under the activation of the Divine Warrior's soul, a general-level city could attack on its own. For the latest novel updates, please visit the website. Chapter 2735. In the blink of an eye, chains of lightning appeared between heaven and earth. These chains shrouded the creatures that rushed in. In the next moment, the power of lightning exploded, and the corpses of the creatures fell into the city one after another. Blood rained down. The chains kept flashing like lightning snakes until they formed a new defensive array. However, outside the defensive array, there were still chains of lightning coiling around it. The creatures from the other spacetime that kept charging forward were killed one after another. Their corpses fell down the array and piled up in a thick layer. Until all the creatures were dead, there was not a single creature left within a 1-kilometer radius. This was the power of the Divine City after it obtained a general-level soul. It could take the initiative to attack the creatures around it. The oracles were very shocked. Obviously, they did not expect the city to be promoted to the general level. In such a place, a mere 3rd-grade city was more than enough. Why did it have to be promoted to the general level? It should be known that the resources needed to upgrade a city were extremely large. Even if the city lord had resources, he should not waste them like this. Just as everyone was shocked and puzzled, someone heard that the city had to be upgraded because the trading site was placed here. As soon as this news came out, it immediately caused an uproar. Everyone knew that only the core area had trading sites. Didn't this mean that this place would become the core area in the future? This news was confirmed the next day because the city lord had vacated a large area in the center of the city. The buildings that used to be there were all destroyed overnight. Obviously, this was to make room for the trading site. On the third day, people from the trading site came and began to build it. Because they represented the government, they were extremely powerful. They brought many array masters and began to set up the array in the trading site, as well as other details. Seeing the trading site being built, many of the oracles had other ideas. On the same day, more than 10 cities appeared one after another within 10,000 miles of Toby City. There was no doubt that these people wanted to be close to the future central city. In addition, even more oracles came to the city after hearing the news. This place was still in its initial stage. If they came here early, there would be many opportunities. Toby City was still in the midst of expansion. Toby began a long period of seclusion and would not come out until he became a divine champion. Li Ari stayed here and continued to be the city lord of Toby City. Although God King Zenith hadn't come by in the past few days, Zichen still had no intention of giving Li Ari his memories. Since it was a matter of life and death, it was better to be careful. He had never even mentioned what had happened in the trial grounds to Li Ari. There were more and more decomposers, and the number was still increasing. Because Toby City was becoming more and more famous, even the high-level oracles were willing to come here to decompose materials. Of course, what they decomposed were all high-grade materials. However, until now, there hadn't been a 9th-grade decomposer. Half a year later, after spending a lot of manpower, material resources, and financial resources, the trading site was finally completed. A steady stream of resources was sent here from other trading sites. More service personnel trained by the government came to Toby City. After the completion of the trading site, there was a new piece of news that all the oracles who came here to trade would pay 10% more than other places. There was no doubt that the purpose of this was to attract more oracles to come and develop. Under normal circumstances, the oracles would gather a lot of materials and go to the trading site to exchange for them. However, there were also some who would sell them to the merchants of the city at a reasonable price to save on the transmission fee. But now that the trading site was here, and the price was 10% higher, it was likely that many oracles would come here. They could go out to hunt creatures from other dimensions and sell the materials they decomposed to the nearest trading site. They could exchange them for resources and contribution points, and then exchange them for other useful things. In addition to the 10% higher exchange rate, the selling price of those resources was also reduced by 10%. This was good news for all the oracles. After leaving for half a year, Divine General Luo Wei came back to Toby City again. This time, he brought 8 ancestral steles with him. There were spears, thorns, swords, and winged ancestral steles. Looking at the 8 ancestral steles, Zichen repeatedly expressed his thanks. In the divine realm, these things weren't worth much, but they were difficult to find. With Luo Wei's help, it took him half a year to visit all the trading sites in the 10th domain. After putting away the 8 ancestral steles, Zichen wanted to give Luo Wei some resources, but Luo Wei refused. At the same time, he seemed to be in a difficult position. "Is there a problem, my lord?" Zichen looked at Luo Wei. "It's not a big problem. It's just a personal matter," said Luo Wei. "Oh, then I wonder if Zichen can be of any help. If you have any requests, please don't hesitate to ask." Luo Wei had helped him find the 8 ancestral steles. To Zichen and the Lifestar, these were priceless items. "This was a great favor. Since you're so polite, I'll tell you the truth. The trading site in Toby City is under my jurisdiction. In the 10th domain, there has never been anything like this before. During this time, the construction of the trading site had to go through many aspects before making a decision." Luo Wei sighed and said, "It's just that the 10th domain is clearly in a slump right now, so I had to endure the pressure and order people to come here. Although the insiders have nothing to say right now, and I'm very satisfied with the development of Toby City, there will inevitably be some gossip during this period. So, I want to ask you, my lord, is what you said about the mother nest true?" Zichen said, "Let's not flatter each other. How about this, I'll call you Big Brother Luo Wei, and you can just call me Zichen. It's too distant for us to call each other lord. About the mother nest, it's not a lie. But, like I said before, it's not easy to find high-level ones, but low-level ones are not a problem for now. Then can you help me find one?" I'm willing to pay several times the price to buy it. Luo Wei looked at Zi Chen nervously. Obviously, he was very concerned about this matter, or perhaps he was under too much pressure. Zi Chen smiled and said, "Big brother Luo Wei, what are you saying? It's all thanks to your care that I was able to find something from my hometown. If you want to buy it, aren't you treating me as an outsider? I'll think of a way to get a level 6 mother nest in a short period of time. Consider it my thanks to you." "How can that be?" "This. In the future, Toby City will have to rely on you for many things, so there's no need for you to treat me like an outsider." "That's settled then. In less than a month, the mother nest will definitely be obtained." Luo Wei cupped his fists towards Zi Chen and bowed deeply. "Then this time, I'll have to trouble you, Lord Zi Chen." No matter how much Zi Chen insisted, Luo Wei still insisted on calling Zi Chen Lord. At most, he would call him Lord Zi Chen. Clearly, he didn't dare call Zi Chen his brother. Everyone knew that in the future, Zi Chen's status would not be any lower than the son of gods. It might even be higher. After Luo Wei left, Yi Qian came to the room. Zi Chen muttered, "Looks like some things will have to be brought forward." "Did he come to ask for the mother nest?" Yi Qian asked. "Looks like he's in some trouble, but it's good that it's brought forward. Sooner or later, I'll have to use it to attract people." Zi Chen looked back at Yi Qian and said, "I'll go find Shadowless. You stay in the city, okay?" "Okay, be careful." Shadowless left before the trade site was completed. This time, his goal was to find a nearby mother nest. After all, for a god's emissary, it was the fastest way to increase their cultivation. It was naturally the most attractive place. After leaving Toby City, Zi Chen opened his world and flew towards the promised location with Shadowless. He teleported there, but didn't see Shadowless. So, he went to look around. 100,000 miles away, he saw Shadowless and immediately descended. "How is it?" Zi Chen asked. "I found 3. They're all level 6, Shadowless said. "One is close to the depths. The other 2 are relatively outside. Which one do you want to go first?" "I'll go to the depths first." The so-called depths here were only relative to Toby City. That place wasn't as deep as Yi Qian's city. Following Shadowless' guidance, Zi Chen arrived at the place after 2 teleportations. Then, he descended. As he descended, he unfolded the world around him and collected all the creatures from the other spacetime. Then, he entered the seal again. After a few flashes, he went straight into the seal. Wherever he passed, the creatures from another spacetime were all taken away. His speed was extremely fast, and he quickly passed through one restriction after another until he finally arrived at the place where the mother nest was. This mother nest was located in an independent space. Inside this space, there were many eggs. Before they hatched, they were all energy crystals. At this moment, the mother nest's body flashed with light. Clearly, it had used the laws and was about to escape. Zi Chen's world expanded and sealed the surrounding space. At the same time, he cut off the connection between the mother nest and the surrounding laws. Then, he quickly obliterated the mother nest's soul and collected it into his world. After that, Zi Chen quickly left and returned. Next, he used the same method to obtain 2 more level 6 mother nests. Then, he teleported back to Toby City. Back in the city, he sent someone to inform Divine General Luo Wei. In a warehouse shrouded in layers of formations, Divine General Luo Wei was completely stunned when he saw the huge and complete mother nest. After Zi Chen took away the 3 mother nests, a Divine General of the celestial race flew out from the depths and headed outside. To read a novel without mistakes, please visit Chapter 2736. Luo Wei was shocked speechless as he looked at the enormous broodmother in front of him. When Zi Chen said he would get him a broodmother every month, he was still a little worried. After all, not everyone could get a broodmother. But he didn't expect that in just a few days, Zi Chen would actually get a broodmother. "Brother Luo Wei, are you satisfied with this broodmother?" Zi Chen asked with a smile as he looked at Luo Wei, who was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. Luo Wei woke up from his shock and turned to Zi Chen. He said gratefully, This time, I really have to thank Lord Zichen. Brother Luo Wei is too polite. There are many things in the city that I need your help with. It's just a brood mother. If Brother Luo Wei wants it, I'm sure Zichen will have other gains, or even greater ones. Are you serious? Zichen never lies. After chatting with Luo Wei for a while and thanking him repeatedly, the Divine General left with the broodmother. Zichen didn't tell Luo Wei that he got 3 broodmother because it was meaningless. For a Divine General, 1 broodmother was enough. He had no intention of taking out the broodmother for the time being because he knew what Luo Wei wanted to do with it. Sure enough, in just a day, the news that one could exchange contribution points and resources for a broodmother spread throughout the city. A broodmother was considered a top-notch resource in the god realm. It could directly comprehend the laws and quickly raise one's realm. When the news came out, it caused a violent uproar. Then, the news quickly spread. In just a few days, too many divine envoys came from afar. Most of them came to exchange contribution points for resources at a low price. Some of them stayed behind after exchanging their items. All the divine envoys who came here coveted the broodmother, but the exchange only provided 50 broodmother every day. Once they were all sold out, new broodmother would be sold the next day. As a result, the divine envoys who had resources but couldn't buy a broodmother could only stay here and wait for another broodmother. In addition, because there were too many divine envoys gathered in this city, it also attracted other merchants. For example, they would open a restaurant, an inn, and so on. Originally, the city was only meant to be used to process materials, but now, there would be an extra sum of divine crystals coming in every day. Moreover, this sum of divine crystals was very impressive. The biggest part of this was still the trading ground. Every 100 years, this place would pay Zichen a sum of deity crystals as rent. Other than that, the biggest part was the contribution points. This was definitely an unexpected gain. As time passed, the relationship between the two sides would naturally become more stable. Toby City became unusually lively. More and more god envoys began to set up cities around Toby City, and cities appeared one after another. As for these new cities, the officials of the 10th domain helped to set up the teleportation portals for free in order to encourage people. This saved them quite a bit of money. Just as Toby City became more and more lively, Ben Senlu, who had suffered a crushing defeat last time, had other thoughts in his mind. This time, he did not discuss with Yang Wei and the others, but directly called for Fan Li. Fan Li was the subordinate he was most proud of. He had a very special sacred art. In the entire god realm, there were no more than 5 people like Fan Li. When he returned last time, Ben Senlu obtained a lot of resources. Some of them were given to Fan Li, which allowed Fan Li to break through to level 8. Young master, what are your orders? Fan Li walked into the room. Bring a few people with you and go outside to catch a broodmother. Ben Senlu said. Now? Fan Li was startled. Yes, now is the time. Is there a problem? Of course not. Fan Li brought a few divine envoys with him. During this time, he was worried that something might happen, so he brought a divine general with him and left Ben Senlu City. This divine general was here to help. He wasn't considered Ben Senlu's subordinate. Speaking of which, this city was already overcrowded. However, in just a few short years, the city became deserted again. Thinking about the news he heard, Fan Li guessed that the young master had started to focus on developing the city. To those divine envoys, there was nothing more attractive than broodmother nests. The biggest problem in this area was that there were too many creatures from another dimension. It was too dangerous. If the danger level could be reduced, or if there were enough benefits, then it would develop very quickly. Just as Toby City was becoming more and more lively, a divine general of the divine race came from the depths of the god realm and saw a god city. Rather than calling it a city, it was more like a castle. It was pitifully small, but its defense was extremely strong. However, there were many corpses of creatures from another dimension around the castle. During this time, a few creatures from another dimension would inadvertently fly into the vicinity of the castle. In the sky above the castle, a strong light would appear. The light fell on the creatures from another dimension and exploded like thunder. After a boom, The creatures from another dimension died. This was the God Realm's general city. Moreover, the master of this city was also a divine general. When the divine general saw this, his expression became abnormally cold. With a flash of light, a spiked club appeared in his hand. In the next moment, his body suddenly expanded like a mountain. The spiked club in his hand also became a weapon that could hold up the sky. Boom! The void shook as the spiked club smashed down. The void was constantly distorted, and a powerful aura spread out. The light shield of the formation trembled but showed no signs of collapsing. The divine general frowned slightly. Another attack fell. The power of this attack was even more terrifying. One after another, the power of law was added to it, and a powerful aura surged. Boom! The world shook again. An even more powerful aura spread out, forming a terrifying destructive power. As this power spread, it swept through the creatures from another dimension. Those creatures from another dimension coughed up blood and were sent flying. Some of the unlucky ones were directly killed. The formation of the city below only trembled slightly, and then there were no more fluctuations. This was an extremely high-grade general-level city. It was definitely not something that could be broken so easily, unless they kept attacking without rest. The divine generals of the celestial race clearly thought the same, so they continued to attack without stopping. This was Goddess Yi Qian's city. If not for the fact that she had recently advanced to the general level and made the city's formation more stable, this divine general would have already succeeded. However, even without Goddess Yi Qian's protection, this general-level city's defense was still strong enough. After trying dozens of attacks, the formation only trembled slightly. Its defense was extremely strong. However, this divine general still had no intention of giving up. It was obvious that he was determined to destroy this place. At this moment, he suddenly turned his head and looked into the distance. He seemed to have discovered something. Then, he directly gave up on attacking the city and flew into the distance. In that direction, Fan Li was leading the divine general into a hiding place of a mother nest. Outside Ben Sen Lu City, a ray of light descended from the sky and headed straight for the city. He was in an extremely sorry state and was still coughing up blood as he rushed forward. Such a scene attracted the attention of many divine envoys in Ben Sen Lu City. After sensing the powerful aura from the other party, all the divine envoys' expressions changed. A dignified 8th-level divine envoy was in such a sorry state. Just what kind of existence had he encountered? Just as he arrived outside the city lord's mansion, Fan Li shouted loudly, "Young master, something bad has happened." What happened? Ben Sen Lu walked out of his room and saw Fan Li covered in injuries. He asked in surprise, "Didn't I tell you to go find a mother nest? How did you end up in such a sorry state? Where are the others? Where is Ma Bu? Dead. Young master, they're all dead. We encountered a divine general. He appeared in a mother nest and killed the others. If not for divine general Ma Bu protecting me, I might have died too. But even so, after killing divine general Ma Bu, the other party caught up with me. If it wasn't for the help of the protective item young master gave me, I wouldn't have been able to come back." Fan Li said in one breath, looking extremely frightened. "Which divine general dares to attack my people?" When Ben Sen Lu heard this, his face showed anger. "I'm not sure, but I feel that his aura is different from ours." "Different? Could it be someone from Tobi City? Is that person Zi Chen?" Ben Sen Lu's eyes flashed with a cold light. "No, his aura is different from ours, and his weapon is a wolf tooth club. It's very scary." Fan Li said hesitantly, "I suspect that he's an evolved spacetime creature." "A general-level spacetime creature?" Ben Sen Lu frowned. He was the son of God, so he naturally knew more about the heavenly realm than others. He knew very well how terrifying a general-level spacetime creature was. And he also knew that an existence of that level would not appear in a region where divine envoys were active. Unless, he thought of something, and then the corner of his mouth showed a cold smile. "You go and treat your wounds first. You don't need to worry about what happens next," Ben Sen Lu said. "Yes." Fan Li retreated. Ben Sen Lu ordered the other divine envoys to come over and whisper a few words in his ear. Then they quickly left. Soon, news spread. Because the people of Toby City touched a mother nest in the depths, a space-time creature came to take revenge. And in a short period of time, it destroyed several cities in succession. Because these cities had just fallen, the teleportation arrays in them had not been completed. So when these cities were destroyed, the divine envoys in them were killed. This was anger that came from the depths of his heart. When this news spread, it was deliberately exaggerated, putting all the blame on the people of Toby City. And whether it was intentional or not, the divine general from the divine race went straight to Toby City. For the latest novel to read, please visit Chapter 2737. The news quickly spread to Toby City, and the source of the conflict was the trading ground. After all, they were the ones who obtained the broodmother. A divine emissary with ulterior motives began to spread the news that they shouldn't have had any ideas about the broodmother. As a result, they angered the powerhouses of the creatures from another dimension and suffered their revenge. Luo Wei was currently not in Toby City, and Zi Chen, who heard the news, went out to investigate in person. Tens of thousands of miles away from Toby City, a tall figure stood in the air, holding a mace in his hand, and a powerful aura surged around him. In front of him, there was a newly built city. At this moment, above the city, the array was constantly distorted, and the light shield was trembling violently, on the verge of collapse. Boom! The mace in his hand smashed down fiercely, and a powerful force surged, accompanied by a loud bang, and the distorted array instantly exploded. The city was breached. The divine general stepped forward and entered the city. The mace smashed down again, and the city lord's mansion was shattered. The core of the array appeared, turned into a ray of light, and was absorbed by the divine general. This time, I will destroy 10 cities as a warning to others. If there is a next time, I will destroy 10,000 cities. A cold voice came out of his mouth, spreading in all directions. In the distance, all the divine emissaries were horrified. It seemed that the appearance of the divine general was beyond their expectations. They had never seen such a powerful creature from another dimension. Not only had he stepped into the general realm, but he could also speak. They were so frightened that they fled in panic. At this moment, the heaven-rank divine general came forward. Being chased by a divine general, these divine emissaries were already in despair. At this moment, a ray of light flew in from the distance and landed behind them. This ray of light was also surging with the aura of a divine general. Divine general, our divine descent is here. The despairing divine emissaries became abnormally excited. They stopped and looked forward. The one who arrived was Zi Chen. He stood in the air, his aura surging, and his eyes looking forward. The divine general of the Tian clan who was in pursuit also stopped at this moment. He coldly stared at Zi Chen, as if he had recognized him. A cold smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. "It's you again." Zi Chen didn't say anything. This was probably the third time he had met the other party. He hadn't been able to take advantage of the other 2 times. Back then, he was only a half-human, half-beast. This time, he had completely transformed into a human. "I didn't expect you to have advanced," the other party spoke again. His voice was as loud and clear as thunder, causing the oracles in the distance to feel pain in their eardrums. "You too," Zi Chen said indifferently. "Consider this a lesson for all of you. If there is a next time, I will slaughter all 10,000 cities." The celestial race's divine general said again, his voice extremely cold. Zi Chen looked at him and said, "Just you alone. You will know when the time comes." After the divine general finished speaking, he turned around and left. Right at this moment, 2 streams of light flew over from afar. They were Yi Qian and Li Ari. After arriving, Yi Qian looked at the departing divine general and asked in confusion, "Why didn't you keep him?" "There's no rush." Back in the city, Zi Chen ran into divine general Luo Wei, who had arrived late. As soon as he received the news, he immediately rushed over. "Where are they?" Divine General Luo Wei asked as soon as he arrived. "They already left after destroying 10 cities, Zi Chen said. "I was careless this time. I didn't expect to alarm them." Divine General Luo Wei let out a low sigh. "What do they mean?" Zi Chen asked. I'm not too sure about the specifics. It's said that in the depths of this area, there are groups of experts from different spacetime. They have already advanced to Divine General and their battle strength is extremely powerful. Under normal circumstances, they won't come out, but if they encounter other situations, they will come out. What Divine General Luo Wei was talking about was obviously what Zichen had seen before, but he had never gone deep enough, so he did not see that scene. If he saw it, he would definitely be extremely shocked, because there were too many Divine Generals of the Tian clan there. They usually don't come out. Could it be that the two sides have some kind of agreement? Didn't they say they were enemies? Zichen asked again. They were enemies to begin with, so it wasn't considered an agreement. It's just that no one can enter the depths, and for some reason, those in the depths haven't come out. However, once our forces reach there will naturally be a large-scale battle, Divine General Luo Wei said. Zichen asked, in that case, as long as we have the strength, we can enter the depths at any time? Divine General Luo Wei said, of course, but so far, no Divine General has ever chosen to go deep and face those creatures from different spacetime head-on. Zichen asked in confusion, then how do Divine Generals improve their strength? How do they get more contributions? Do they rely on the activity of the general-level cities? That's just one of the reasons. The most important reason is to go to another battlefield, which is specially opened for general-level experts. Most general-level experts will go there to get more contributions, so that they can get more opportunities to break through, Divine General Luo Wei said. This was the first time Zichen had heard about this, so he was extremely surprised. Divine General Luo Wei continued, but it's very dangerous there. Even Divine Generals are in danger there. Zichen wanted to ask some more questions about that place, but Divine General Luo Wei had to leave. The loss of 10 cities here was clearly a huge blow to the morale of the people here. Although Toby City would not be affected for the time being, if no one continued to open up new cities, then there would be no point for him to build a trading ground here. As a result, he issued an order on the same day that all the city lords who had lost their cities could come to the trading ground and claim a new city for free. However, the new city could only be built in this region. As for the cities that had already been destroyed, Divine General Luo Wei sent Divine Formation Masters to take them back. After they were repaired, they could still be used again. The matter of the Divine General of the Celestials had already spread like wildfire, but it did not have much of an impact on Toby City. It was still very lively here. Jolena was currently in charge of the city, and she took good care of it. Zichen went back into seclusion. This time, he mainly focused on comprehending the last few strands of saber intent, shield intent, and extremity. To him, this was the best way to increase his battle prowess. As for his cultivation level, he had not considered how to increase it yet. Time passed. A year had passed. In the long history of the God realm, a mere year was nothing more than the snap of a finger. The disturbance caused by the Divine General of the Celestials gradually died down. The 50 pieces of Broodmother were still being sold every day, and it was unknown when they would be sold out. Toby City had long since become as lively as a trading ground, and this was all thanks to the huge team of decomposers. Every day, a huge amount of resources would be sent to the trading ground, and then turned into all kinds of divine crystals and huge amounts of contribution points. During this time, Zichen, who was in seclusion, went out with his true body several times. The harvest he obtained was enough for the decomposers to work on for a long time without sleep or rest. Because the trading ground was built here, Zichen, who had planned to gradually abandon grade 6 materials and directly decompose grade 8 materials, had to give up on this idea. 3 years later, Toby became a Divine General a year later than expected, and Li Ari returned the city to him. After that, he continued to condense the unstable world. Tyrant and the others had yet to break through, because every step they took needed to be firmer and more stable. Soon, another 10 years had passed. Most people deliberately ignored the incident of the Celestials' Divine General and began to build cities in the surrounding area. This area became more and more lively, but it would undoubtedly take a long time to expand to the depths of the city. Toby City had become more like a city, and there were a few more city guards in charge of maintaining order. These were all selected by Jolena in the past few years. Over the past 10 years, the 100 or so people who had stayed here had gradually become the core figures of Toby City and were highly regarded by Lady Xiaolina. Soon, another 10 years had passed. In these 20 years, Zichen had comprehended a shield intent and a boundary intent from the law crystals he had obtained back then. This could be considered a great harvest. At this time, Tyrant was the first to break through to the divine general realm. He broke through in Zichen's world and did not cause any changes in Toby City, so no one in the outside world could sense it. Tyrant's proud laughter echoed in Zichen's world. In terms of the lifestar realm, he was an ancestral general, which was equivalent to the divine general of the divine world. Being able to reach this step was naturally something worth celebrating. Because they had obtained a lot of resources, it was completely enough for those who came from the lifestar to refine and break through. Wuji, craftsman ancestor, Zhong Haotian, Longhu ancestor, and Longhu also broke through one after another. After they broke through, they stayed in Zichen's world and did not cause any changes in Toby City. Su Mengyao, Lin Shui, Wang Xian and the others also broke through to the divine general realm. Barbaric Dragon, Flying Divine Tiger, Xing Chen, Lei Ting, and the others also broke through. It could be said that in the next few years, with enough resources, everyone's strength also broke through one after another. At this time, no one knew that there was a group of divine envoys in Toby City. After everyone had broken through, Zichen appeared in a flash. Next, he was waiting for Shadowless to return. It had been more than 20 years since Shadowless left. He had almost followed that divine general of the divine race when he left. What happened last time obviously could not be forgotten. In Zichen's mind, there was a crazy idea. Now that Tyrant and the others had broken through, he felt that this idea could be realized in real time. Now, all the experts were ready, and only Shadowless was left to bring back the news. After another 3 years, Shadowless returned from the depths and brought the news that Zichen wanted. Chapter 2738. In the past 20 years or so, Shadowless first went to the deepest part of the planet. He went to the general grade mother nest and then went to other places to take a look. He didn't rest during this period. After exploring the depths, he chose to return. Along the way, he went to other areas to look for mother nests, marking each one in detail. After doing all this, Shadowless came back. It took him more than 20 years. After receiving the news, Zichen ordered people to find Divine General Luo Wei. Speaking of which, Luo Wei was very satisfied with the development of Toby City in the past few decades, because the prosperity of this city also led to the prosperity of the nearby cities. Soon, Luo Wei arrived at Toby City. After seeing Zichen went straight to the point and told him his idea. Hearing this, Divine General Luo Wei was moved. It seemed that this kind of thing was beyond his scope of handling. We've already entered the depths. There's a general level mother nest there, and I'm going to take it down. However, during this period of time, there will definitely be some Tian clan divine generals coming out. At that time, the nearby cities will definitely suffer a devastating blow. I called Big Brother Luo Wei here because I hope that you can send people to stop those Tian clan divine generals. In fact, Zichen didn't need to inform Luo Wei in advance about this kind of thing. Even if the divine generals came out and destroyed the cities here, it wouldn't have much to do with him. Because the two sides were enemies, either you die or I live. However, it was obviously Zichen's style to let others suffer losses for no reason, so he informed Divine General Luo Wei in advance. He didn't know if this kind of thing would cause unpredictable consequences, so it was better to inform the official forces in advance. Even if there was a problem at that time, there would be experts to resolve it. How confident are you? Divine General Luo Wei asked, his expression very serious. Zichen thought for a moment and said, if there are no other accidents, it should be 80%. Divine General Luo Wei nodded and said, I can't make the decision on this matter. I have to go back and report this matter. During this time, you must not act rashly. Divine General Luo Wei left, and Zichen returned to the world to discuss this matter with the others who had broken through to the Divine General level. Although they hadn't seen the scene in the depths of the cave, They had heard from Chen that there was a mother nest there, as well as many celestial divine generals. At this moment, when they heard that they were going to attack that general-level mother nest, everyone was extremely excited, especially Tyrant. He had just become a divine general and was eager to participate in a battle. He wanted to announce to the world how powerful and terrifying he was. The next day, Divine General Luo Wei arrived with a divine general. When he saw the number engraved on the divine general's armor, Chen was shocked. Unexpectedly, a ranked divine general had come, ranked 99th among the 108 generals. There were countless divine generals in the God realm, but only 108 of them were able to enter the role of generals. Every one of them was an existence that was second only to the divine kings. The moment the 99th divine general saw Chen, he asked, "Have you entered the depths?" Chen nodded. "Then do you still have 80% confidence?" The 99th ranked divine general asked again. Chen said, "Although there are many divine generals there, their realms are only at the first level. If there are no unexpected changes, it shouldn't be a big problem to take down that place." The divine general nodded. Obviously, Chen had done his homework before coming to this decision. "What is your goal?" the 99th ranked divine general asked. "To expand my influence," Chen said. The divine general frowned slightly, not quite understanding the meaning behind his words. "There are many people in my hometown. I want to open up a place for them here so that they can expand their influence in the God realm," Chen explained. Currently, his identity was no longer a secret to the divine generals. Since they could recognize his existence, they would naturally recognize the life star. Moreover, with the divine race's current situation in the God realm, it seemed that they wouldn't care at all if the life star occupied a small piece of land here. Since they had decided to cooperate with Chen, they naturally knew about Chen's background. They had even thoroughly investigated everything about him, including his importance in the 9th divine general's heart. The divine general nodded slightly. He didn't ask about Chen's specific details or what he was relying on. After all, everyone had their own secrets. "If you have the confidence to attack that place, we naturally won't stop you. We and the creatures of another spacetime are mortal enemies. Their destruction is our strength. However, do you know why we don't go there?" the divine general asked. Chen shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. With the fighting strength of the 108 divine generals of the God realm, if he went there alone, he would definitely be able to take down a mother nest. "That's because our identities are too special. If we rashly go there, it will inevitably cause even greater turmoil. Although we are enemies, sometimes there are some rules that we have to deliberately follow." This sentence seemed to be a statement, but in fact, it was also a warning to Chen not to use overly powerful means, such as calling an expert or a divine king. These were all forbidden. "Your Excellency, rest assured. Our people are all first-level divine generals," Chen said, indicating that he didn't borrow people from Chen. A strange look flashed through the divine general's eyes, then he nodded and said, "In that case, you can rest assured. Next, I will dispatch some divine generals to guard the perimeter in case the divine generals of the divine race arrive. However, there is one thing you have to be careful of. That general-grade mother nest can already mobilize the power of laws at will. It can attack from afar and defend from close range. Its strongest means are the attacks of the divine soul." Chen had previously guessed that the mother nest had offensive means, and now he had confirmed it. In the end, the divine general said, "Do it boldly. If you can really take down a general-grade mother nest, the 10th domain, which has been peaceful for a long time, will become more lively." The divine general left, but before he left, he gestured for Chen and the others to wait for a while. He asked him to call these people over first. The next day, in this most dangerous region, a summons from an official faction appeared, summoning all divine generals below 3rd level. 5 days later, Chen left Toby City. Among the divine generals, he only left Toby behind. As for the others, they all entered his world. During this time, Li Ari and Yi Qian followed Chen and didn't enter his world. Speaking of which, ever since Li Ari came here, she had never entered Chen's world. She only knew that Chen had a special space that could be opened at any time, but she didn't know that space was actually a world. Their first destination was a 6th-level mother nest, and Shadowless had already marked the location. At this time, he naturally followed beside Chen, but the others couldn't see him. There it is. After teleporting, Shadowless pointed at a mountain range below. Chen flew down and opened his world, taking in all the creatures from the other spacetime. The entrance is there. Following Shadowless' order, he went in through the entrance and used the space-rending kill to kill all the creatures from the other spacetime. 15 minutes later, he arrived at the hiding place of the 6th-level mother nest. As a strong light flashed, the soul of the mother nest was destroyed. Chen had thought about subduing this kind of thing and creating an army from the other spacetime, but he had never succeeded. After taking the mother nests and the eggs, Chen adjusted himself and teleported again. This time, he went to another 6th-level mother nest. This time, he was going to take things one step at a time, preparing to wipe out all the brood mother nests in the area. This was something that no one would have thought of. Now that he was a divine general, these things were useless to him. He had prepared these things for the people on this life star. In the future, they would come here to develop a base. In one day, Chen took away 3 mother nests, and he was very careful. This was because in Shadowless information, the mother nests could know everything that happened here through the creatures from the other spacetime. Thus, before the war started, he didn't want everyone to be exposed. Shadowless couldn't find every single one of the brood mother nests in this vast area, so he had to stick close to a small area. After finding 8 level 6 brood mother nests, they ventured deep into the forest. During this time, Chen went to Yi Qian's city and asked her to take away the heavenly god city. After taking away the city, they went deeper. Now, the mother nest was a 7th level one. In Chen's world, Tyrant looked at the mother nests and said enviously, "Those who come later are really lucky. They get resources as soon as they come. Back then, when didn't we have to risk our lives just to get resources?" Next to him, LV Peng smiled and said, "This is the tree planted by the ancestors, and the descendants enjoy the shade. When we grew up, didn't we also benefit from the efforts of our ancestors?" No matter how secretive this kind of thing was, it would eventually be exposed. One day, the mother nest in the depths released its divine sense and flew into a rage. Nearly 100 divine generals left the mother nest's territory and went straight to the outside world. They were the divine generals that Chen had met several times before. At the trading center, many divine generals had been summoned. After they appeared, they all went to the border cities. As the auras of divine generals appeared in those border cities one after another, all the divine envoys, including the city lords, revealed looks of horror. So many divine generals had come. Was something big going to happen? In fact, the divine generals didn't know what had happened. They had received orders that if they killed a first-level divine general, the trading center would reward them with an extra 100 first-level divine crystals. With such a reward, they were naturally happy to come. Chapter 2739. The news coming out of Toby City was about the mother nest. The general idea was that from today onwards, all the service personnel of Toby City would be able to exchange materials for the mother nest from the city lord's mansion. For example, if they could decompose a certain amount of materials and convert them into enough resources, they could exchange them for the mother nest. Another example would be the guards and service personnel. They could also stack up their rewards and exchange them for the mother nest. In the entire divine realm, there was no other city besides Toby City that could exchange materials for the mother nest. When the news came out, it caused a huge commotion. The more than 100 divine envoys who had been in Toby City for a long time were very excited. It was obvious that they had made the right decision in the past. As a result, they were the ones who would benefit the most in the future. Jolena, who was equivalent to the steward of the entire city, was shocked for a long time after hearing the news from the city lord's mansion. She had been in Toby City for decades, but her realm was still at level 3. Although the level 9 divine envoys in the city were still polite and respectful in front of her, her realm was still too low. As for the people she had brought with her, they had served here for decades and had not received any remuneration during this period. Previously, they could exchange materials for the mother nest at a low price in Toby City, but because they didn't have any resources, they could only watch. Although they had already decided to follow the goddess in the future when they came here, they still had some complaints in their hearts after working so hard without any rewards. But now, these negative comments were gone. Toby had specially prepared some mother nest resources for them according to Zichen's instructions. These were all provided free of charge, and the amount was quite considerable. In addition to the mother nest resources, there were also the insect eggs that Zichen had obtained. Those were also expensive things, so he had left a lot for them. The goddess has already left with the Lord. He had already told me to tell everyone that you have worked hard these past few years. Because of the operation of the city, everyone was extremely busy and couldn't be distracted. These mother nests that were prepared for everyone had been delayed for decades. Toby looked at everyone and said, "Actually, these mother nests were already prepared for everyone when the last trade was distributed. Fortunately, the city exhibition went very smoothly, and everyone had free time, so the resources were distributed." The divine envoys arranged by the God of Heaven all looked very excited. Even Jolena, who was respected by everyone, could not keep her calm. Level 3 was still too low after all. Now, he could finally break through. Speaking of which, using a level 6 broodmother to break through to the next realm was a bit too extravagant. Some were happy, but others were sad. For example, the decomposers who had left Toby City had not only lost their qualifications to stay in Toby City as decomposers, but they had also lost the opportunity to enter the broodmother nest. He really regretted it. Toby had 2 broodmother nests in his possession. If they were only used to exchange for the insiders, he believed that they would last for a long time. After all, the price of a broodmother was unimaginably high. Most of them were used during critical moments of breakthroughs, and some had to serve Toby City for free for over 100 years to get one. However, such a reward was still very generous. After all, 100 years was too short for the divine envoys, who had endless lifespans. When Luo Wei heard the news, he was very surprised. He guessed that Zichen did not obtain a single broodmother last time. Otherwise, the divine generals in the depths would not have come out and destroyed 10 cities in a row. Last time, he had obtained more than one mother nest in such a short period of time. This time, Zichen, who was fully prepared, would be able to obtain more than one. Luo Wei's heart was filled with anticipation. In front of Zichen, a level 8 broodmother was mobilizing the power of laws in an attempt to open a passage to escape. However, Zichen opened his world ahead of time and isolated it from the world. The level 8 broodmother was killed. This was the 15th broodmother they had obtained during this trip. It was a very generous harvest. Come, let's move on to the next one. After collecting the broodmother, Zichen said to Shadowless. According to Shadowless' mark, there were still a dozen or so broodmother left. Shadowless led Zichen to the next mother nest. Along the way, they continued to kill the creatures from the other dimensions. This time, however, when they reached the depths of the mother nest, there were no mother nests to be found. There were only a few unhatched eggs. I didn't sense any spatial fluctuations. They didn't just leave. Shadowless looked around and said, "Let's go to the next one," Zichen said in a low voice. He had a bad feeling in his heart. When they reached the next location, they still only saw some eggs. There was no broodmother. They went to 2 more locations in a row, but it was still the same. Zichen guessed that the general grade broodmother must have discovered all of this and ordered the other broodmother to withdraw. They must have already reached the depths by now. In this way, their plan had to be cut short and they had to go deeper. At this time, they finally met the team of divine generals who had gone out. The team of nearly 100 divine generals immediately flew over after seeing the 3 of them. "You again." During this time, the leading divine general said coldly. His eyes were full of coldness. Zichen smiled faintly. "I should be the one saying this. We haven't looked for you for the massacre of 10 cities. I didn't expect you to come out on your own. You're courting death." The divine general shouted coldly. The light of energy on his body began to surge. A powerful aura surged, and an oppressive pressure appeared. You're the one courting death. Zichen stood in the air and opened his world. LV Peng rushed out from it. After coming out, he quickly formed seals with his hands. One after another, rays of light flew into the distance. The rays of light disappeared after falling into the void. Then, the space in the distance rippled and began to distort. It was as if it was forcibly separated from this world. With a flip of his hand, a large array was formed. All of the divine generals were enveloped by this array. Kill. Loud battle cries rang out one after another as silhouettes descended from Zichen's world. Tyrant, Demon Ape, Craftsman Ancestor, Limitless, and the others appeared one after another. There were more than 10 of them. Even though all of them had appeared, their numbers were still less than the divine generals. However, they didn't care about this and directly rushed forward. During this time, Tyrant was the fastest and the most excited. His body was surrounded by Buddhist light. He held the light shield tightly in his hand and flew forward. Die. The leading divine general wanted to attack Zichen. He didn't expect Tyrant to be the first to rush forward. Therefore, he didn't say anything and smashed his mace at Tyrant. The mace's aura was vast. Wherever it passed, space trembled and boundless energy flashed. When Tyrant saw this, he didn't feel nervous at all. Instead, he grinned. His eyes narrowed into slits because of his happiness. He raised his shield to block. Bang! The mace smashed into the light shield. Bright light shot out in all directions, and a powerful energy fluctuation spread out. The light shield in Tyrant's hand sank. He flew back more than 10 steps. When he looked at the divine general in front of him again, he was sent flying along with his weapon. Seeing this, Tyrant smiled with satisfaction. You dare to fight me head-on? You're courting death. When the other divine generals saw this, they were shocked. However, the others had already arrived. 2 rays of light, 1 gold and 1 silver, exploded in the midst of the divine generals of the Sky Clan. The heavens and earth shook violently as terrifying yin and yang energy fluctuations scattered in all directions. Wherever they passed, the divine generals of the Sky Clan were sent flying. Limitless 2 clones stood in the air, releasing the aura of the divine general realm. Fat. Zhong Haotian's figure disappeared. He appeared in front of a divine general who was sent flying backward. The stone sword in his hand immediately stabbed forward. Without a sound, it pierced through the divine general's back. After this attack, his figure flashed again and disappeared into the darkness. The sky suddenly darkened. A giant black hammer appeared out of thin air. Black light surged on the hammer. Craftsman Ancestor held the hammer and smashed it down. Boom! Heaven and earth shook. The space inside the formation seemed to be shattered. Craftsman Ancestor's opponent was sent flying backward, coughing up blood. Die! Devil Ape stretched out his left hand. Light swirled around his palm like chains of laws, trapping his opponent. Then, the black stick smashed down with a sharp whistle, hitting a divine general's chest. The divine general's chest immediately caved in. His body flew backward, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. On the other side, the 2 dragon tiger supremes, the 2 flying divine tigers, barbaric dragon, Lei Long, and other existences displayed their strongest attacks. Xing Chen, Lei Ting, Brilliant Light, Bright Moon, and the others also made their moves. Looking at the Life Star and the countless planets and races, only a few dozen of them could reach this step. However, they were all outstanding figures among their peers. It was so when they were on the Life Star, and it was the same when they came to the divine world. On top of that, they had all obtained inheritances last time, which made up for their lack of battle skills. Their battle prowess had become even more powerful. Therefore, even though they didn't have the advantage in numbers, they still had the upper hand when they attacked. By the time the divine general rushed over, more than a dozen of his subordinates had already been killed. Among them, the one with the most destructive power was Zhong Haotian. He was like a natural assassin, walking between light and darkness. Every time he appeared, one person would die. The powerful battle prowess of these people shocked the divine general. At this time, he felt danger coming from the side and instinctively dodged. A sharp saber light brushed past him. At the same time, an indifferent voice rang out. Your opponent is me. The one who spoke was Zichen. He stood with his saber in hand, the heavenly thunder wings behind him flickering with lightning as he looked at the divine general. You're courting death. Chapter 2740. Zichen had already experienced his opponent's methods and knew what he was good at. The leader of the divine generals instantly turned into a giant. Even the mace in his hand became incomparably huge. The tiny Zichen was like a bird in front of him. Go to hell! With a loud shout like rolling thunder, the mace smashed down aggressively. Wherever it passed, the space distorted crazily as if it was about to be torn apart. Zichen came over with his blade. Yin and yang energy circulated around his body. His expression was cold. I'll do it. At this moment, the monk shouted and quickly flew in front of Zichen. Then, he raised the light shield in his hand. On the light shield, Buddhist light circulated and the shield intent flickered. When the mace fell, it immediately expanded and protected the two of them. Bang! The mace smashed down, and another explosion came from the sky. A powerful wave swept out from the shield. The light shield in the monk's hand immediately shrank, and his body flew backward. Although the light shield had neutralized the terrifying power, it was unable to neutralize the power of the shock. This time, the Tian clan divine general leader, whose body had already become incomparably huge, retreated dozens of steps. With every step he took back, the void trembled. After retreating more than 10 steps, he was already several miles away. How is it? The power of the shield is not bad, right? The monk said proudly, if there's any danger in the future, just say the word. Zichen was speechless. He didn't seem to have called you just now, right? The monk's jesting was just a small interlude. The battle still had to continue. The surrounding divine generals were still dying. The pressure on the leader was even greater, and his attacks were even stronger. The mace was like a heavenly staff, constantly smashing down. Its momentum was surging, bringing with it a destructive wave. Zichen blocked with his blade. During this time, 7 blade intents coiled around the blade. Each blade was extremely powerful. The two of them were not on the same level. From afar, Zichen was just a small dot of light. However, the leader of the divine race did not dare to underestimate him. This was because his attacks were extremely powerful and agile. Every single one of his attacks caught his opponent off guard. At the place where the two of them were fighting, the aftermath of the energy kept shaking and scattering. No one dared to approach. Boom! The void trembled as a powerful force spread in all directions, causing the matrix here to begin to distort violently. LV Peng stood in the air, focusing on controlling the array formation. Beside him, Su Mengyaro and the others were guarding, sending the divine generals of the Celestials flying one by one. LV Peng formed a seal with both of his hands, and rays of strong light appeared from the array formation one after another, which shot straight towards the Tian clan divine generals. Clearly, at this moment, the Grand Formation was also preparing to attack. Swoosh! Zichen's figure flashed again. He appeared beside the leader of the Celestials and slashed down with his blade. The blade light that contained the energy of yin and yang, as well as the 7 blade wheels that lingered around it, slashed at the leader's waist. Clang! The leader of the celestial race quickly blocked the attack with his spiked club. A powerful shockwave blasted the other party back. With a cold glint in his eyes, he once again swung his mace at Zichen. After blocking another attack, Zichen retreated. Looking at the leader of the Celestials who was about to charge at him, he pointed behind him and said, "Look in that direction." The leader of the Celestials turned around and saw Zichen's clone appear in the distance. Moreover, the clone's left and right hands each had a strand of yin and yang energy. This energy quickly recombined and violently distorted, forming a yin-yang thunder lotus. The leader of the Celestials had suffered from this attack before. At this moment, his expression suddenly changed, but he no longer paid attention to Zichen. He raised his mace and smashed it at the clone. The yin-yang thunder lotus that had taken shape flew forward and collided with the falling mace. Boom! Under the powerful force of the mace, the yin-yang thunder lotus exploded, turning into a terrifying yin and yang energy that engulfed the leader's body. This energy was extremely terrifying. It was an indiscriminate attack. Even if Zi Chen was in the middle of it, he would still be injured. Feeling the terrifying energy spreading, the people who were fighting in the distance immediately distanced themselves, afraid that they would be affected by the energy. Last time, such an attack had not been able to kill the other party. This time, Zi Chen clearly did not have any extravagant hopes. His eyes became extremely cold. The golden light shining on his body changed in the next moment. One type turned into two types, one yin and one yang. A powerful aura was released from his body. He held the scabbard in his left hand and the hilt in his right. The yin and yang energy in his body flowed into the blade through the hilt in a compatible state. Buzz! The blade in his hand began to tremble, and a saber hum resounded. At this moment, the violent yin and yang energy in front of him was dissipating. The tall figure of the Celestial's divine general appeared. Wounds appeared on his body one after another. Blood flowed out of the wounds, but his aura was still powerful. After the attack, the clone had already disappeared. He suddenly turned around and looked at Zi Chen. After a few breaths of time, Zi Chen unsheathed his saber. An even louder saber hum resounded through the world. A saber light that was like a waterfall appeared. It flickered with a bright light and was surrounded by 7 saber intents as it headed straight for the leader of the Celestials. This saber had a ferocious aura. It was Zi Chen's peak saber strike. The entire array was illuminated by this saber strike. The powerful aura made everyone's heart palpitate. As if sensing the danger of this saber strike, the Celestial's divine general roared. He gripped his mace tightly with both hands. The mace swelled again and blocked in front of him like a wall. The saber light that contained the yin and yang energy attacked and landed on the mace. The energy collided. During this period of time, small saber rays penetrated the defense of the spiked club and landed on the other party's body, cutting small wounds one after another. After a few breaths of time, the saber lights dissipated. The violent energy in the world returned to normal. Everyone in the distance looked over, wanting to know how the leader of the Celestials was doing. He stood there. His aura had withered, but he was still alive. He was not dead. Pa! With a soft sound, the mace in his hand shattered in an instant and fell to the ground. Although he was still alive, his weapon had been destroyed. Fart! 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 At the same time, wounds appeared on his body one after another. Blood began to flow from those wounds like a great river. His gigantic body began to shrink rapidly, returning to its normal size. As his body shrank, his wounds also slowly stopped bleeding. After losing his weapon, his aura was weak. However, the Celestial's divine general's expression became extremely cruel. He stared at Zi Chen and said coldly, "You must die." As his voice fell, the space above his head began to distort. A huge vortex appeared from within. Lightning flashed and thunder rumbled in the vortex. A terrifying aura swept through the world. When this aura appeared, LV Peng's array began to become unstable. It was as if the power of the rules had been greatly affected. Light of destruction, fall. The Celestials' leader's cold voice fell. A strong light appeared from the vortex and headed straight for Zi Chen. Apart from Li Ari, everyone else's expression changed when they saw this light. This was because this light reminded them of the light that had shattered the 9 extreme weapons. The two seemed to be exactly the same. Swish! The lightning wings on Zi Chen's back flapped. A light that represented extreme speed appeared on his body. This was the first time he had used it after comprehending extreme speed. His body disappeared into thin air. It was no weaker than teleportation. The powerful beam of light that descended from the sky pierced through his body. Then, his body directly dispersed. However, after displaying extreme speed, he left behind an afterimage where he originally stood. His real body appeared 100 meters away. There was a bloody hole in his waist. Blood was gushing out. Everyone who knew Zi Chen very well saw this scene. Their expressions changed. They knew very well how fast Zi Chen's speed was. They didn't expect him to be hit by that strong light. What if it was them? The Celestials' leader glanced at Zi Chen. He was recovering from his injuries. Then, He turned his head to look at the others. Obviously, he was looking for a new target. Hey, your attack is very unique. Can we discuss it? Suddenly, a voice sounded. It was Monk. The Celestials' leader looked at Monk and said coldly, "Discuss what? Teach me this move of yours and I'll let you leave. How about it?" Monk said with anticipation in his eyes. "You're courting death," Monk said seriously. But to the Celestials' leader, this was an insult to him. Hearing this, he was furious. Another strong light appeared from the vortex and headed straight for Monk. The monk let out a strange cry when he heard that. Once again, he placed the shield in front of him. Above the shield, there were layers and layers of shield intent lingering around it. The destructive light in the sky collided with the light shield, forming ripples. The shield intent on the surface of the light shield was quickly disappearing in the collision with the strong light. The terrifying power of the strong light was also disappearing. Boom! Finally, the strong light dispersed. Monk was sent flying with the light shield in his hand. This time, the light shield was still intact. Monk, who was sent flying, laughed. "You're just SOSO. Forget it, Lord Buddha doesn't like you. Beauty Li Ari, kill him." On the other side, Li Ari, who was already prepared, quickly formed seals with her hands. A powerful aura circulated above her head. In the next moment, the void darkened and a palm print surrounded by divine light appeared. This was the God-destroying palm. After it appeared, the divine power between heaven and earth was absorbed by this palm. As it fell, the already terrifying palm became stronger. Boom! The palm landed on the Celestials' leader and brought his body down to the ground. The ground rumbled and a deep palm print appeared. Smoke billowed and energy raged. Everyone stared down. An angry roar came from below. The Celestials' leader was still alive, but there were more wounds on his body. Chapter 2741. The flash of divine light was the heaven-reaching divine needle. The leader of the Tien clan was extremely powerful, and his life force was also abnormally strong. If the other party reacted and used that world-destroying light again, no one would be able to withstand it. Thus, Li Ari used his strongest method and decided to end the battle. After Zi Chen recovered from his injuries, he ignored the leader of the Tien clan and dodged to the side. With the help of the blade light, he killed one Tien clan divine general after another. Although they were at the same cultivation level as the leader of the Tien clan, their fighting strength was much weaker, so it was relatively easy to kill them. As for the mission of killing the leader of the Tien clan, it was also given to Li Ari. Fat. The heavenly god needle was extremely fast, and in an instant, it swept past the forehead of the leader of the Tien clan. The other party's figure that was soaring into the sky immediately lost its momentum, and after flying out for nearly 100 meters, his body fell towards the ground. During this period of time, he had already lost his life force. With the death of the leader of the Tien clan, the other Tien clan divine generals were even more useless and were quickly slaughtered by everyone. After cleaning up the battlefield, LV Peng removed the formation and Zi Chen and the other two appeared once again. The Tien clan divine generals from before were all dead. Following that, the three of them and Shadowless continued forward. In the depths of the broodmother's nest, she quickly realized that all the generals who had gone out had died in battle, so she became even more furious. Hundreds of Tien clan divine generals split into several teams and headed towards the periphery. Obviously, they were going to slaughter the cities in the periphery. While moving forward, Zi Chen once again encountered a team of Tien clan divine generals. There were more than 100 of them, and LV Peng continued to form the formation. Zi Chen and the others fought in the formation, killing all the Tien clan divine generals that came forward. What was worth mentioning was that among these divine generals, there were no existences comparable to the previous leader of the Tien clan. The team they met quickly ended the battle. Outside this area, the official forces had gathered many divine generals. They stood outside the city on guard. During this period of time, neither divine general Luo Wei nor the divine general from before appeared. The divine generals waiting for the battle outside were at most level 3. They didn't know what was happening in the depths, but according to the official news, it seemed that there would soon be divine generals from another spacetime attacking this place. Under normal circumstances, a battle between divine generals would not take place in such a place. There would be a corresponding battlefield for each level, but this time, it seemed to be a little unusual. After patiently waiting, the divine generals of the divine race finally arrived. There were a lot of them. Seeing so many divine generals, the divine race's divine general's expression changed. A great battle erupted. Zichen went to a few more areas where the mother nests were located. The mother nests, which had been invisible before, had all left. He decided not to waste any more time and chose to teleport deeper. After many teleportations, he arrived outside the mother nest, only a few dozen miles away. He saw the floating cities and the cloud in the middle. The general-grade mother nest was inside. This was also the reason why he had come here this time. He wanted to take down this mother nest and obtain more opportunities. However, he did not immediately step forward. Instead, he stood in the distance and watched. In those cities, one shadow after another appeared. Obviously, the general-grade broodmother had noticed his arrival and was mobilizing troops. "This time, you will definitely die," Zichen said in a low voice. "With just the few of you." A cold voice rang out beside Zichen, confirming his guess. "If you really think that it's just the few of us, then you're too naive." As soon as Zichen finished speaking, he flicked his sleeves, and shadows appeared one after another. He allowed everyone to appear without reservation, which was obviously a sign of the upcoming battle. "Where is that mother nest? Let's see how Lord Zeng will deal with it." As soon as the monk with the light shield appeared, he shouted impatiently, "Ants, you're courting death." The cold voice rang out again, this time containing a chilling murderous intent. In the distance, groups of divine generals of the divine race flew over, crazily surging with murderous intent. "Come on, let Lord Zeng see what you creatures from another spacetime are capable of." The monk flew forward in front of the crowd. The light shield in his hand glowed and instantly grew bigger. The patterns on it flowed, and the shield intent lingered. The divine generals of the divine race sped up again. Powerful auras surged as they got closer and closer. Buzz. Zichen stood at the back. When the divine generals of the divine race were about to reach them, he opened up his own world. This world shrouded everyone, as if it had separated this space. They were now in a huge space of nothingness. The pursuing divine generals of the divine race did not stop at all. They flew toward the void space in front of them. Swish, swish, swish. They all rushed into this void space and then entered Zichen's world. Zichen did not immediately kill them. Instead, he let the monk and the others kill them one by one. Behind them, more divine generals of the divine race arrived. There were many of them, advancing dauntlessly. There were more than 10,000 divine generals of the divine race here. Only a few hundred had left before, and now only a portion of them had come out. Zichen walked out of that space and flew forward. During this time, he held a long saber in his hand and slashed. The saber light swept past like a waterfall. One divine general of the divine race was killed after another. He rushed forward with his saber. Shua. As he rushed forward, Zichen pointed at the void. A black hole appeared in the void, and a powerful devouring force surged out from the black hole, devouring the 3 divine generals of the divine race. Shua. Zichen pointed at the void again, and another black hole appeared, devouring the nearby divine generals of the divine race. Actually, this was not a profound method. It was just that Zichen had opened up his own world in order to confuse the broodmother. After all, there were still many divine generals of the divine race here. If the broodmother signaled them not to attack, Zichen would not be able to do anything. Behind Zichen, the space where the monk and the others were at disappeared. They all jumped out of that space and fought with the other divine generals of the divine race. As for the divine generals from before, they all entered Zichen's world. In his world, these divine generals of the divine race who had lost their opponents looked around blankly. The power of the rules in the sky suddenly descended, bringing with it an extremely strong pressure. These divine generals of the divine race found it difficult to move an inch. Standing in this world, the divine avatar had a cold expression. With a tap of his hands, the divine needle appeared. It turned into a stream of light and shot towards the divine generals of the divine race. At this moment, these divine generals of the divine race were suppressed by the rules and were unable to effectively dodge. They could only be killed by the divine needle. Fart. 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 In the outside world, Zichen was still thinking of ways to bring more divine generals of the divine race into this world. The divine avatar was using the divine needle in this world to kill these divine generals of the divine race. Under their cooperation, the number of divine generals of the divine race that were killed increased. These divine generals of the divine race no longer needed to be deliberately broken down. This was because they were all the purest bodies of energy, the purest divine crystals, and could be directly exchanged for resources. In the outside world, after seeing so many divine generals of the divine race disappear, the broodmother gradually sensed that something was wrong. It seemed that those black holes were extremely strange. The charging divine generals of the divine race finally stopped, no longer advancing. At this moment, there were already many corpses of divine generals of the divine race on the ground. They were all killed by Zichen. He stepped on these corpses and walked forward. Behind him, Tyrant and the others were still fighting. This time, Zichen did not let them come forward. Next, he would have to face this general-grade broodmother alone. At this time, there were many divine generals of the divine race in those buildings. They stood in the air, coldly staring at the approaching Zichen, but they did not attack. Zichen did not speak. He just kept moving forward. In the blink of an eye, he was outside those floating cities. Kill him. The broodmother's cold voice sounded again. The divine generals of the divine race rushed towards him again. Buzz. Zichen opened his world. A boundless black hole appeared in the sky. This black hole fell in an instant, swallowing all the divine generals of the divine race. After that, he went straight for the clouds where the broodmother was. Die. The broodmother's cold voice sounded again. A bolt of lightning manifested by the rules went straight for Zichen. Swoosh. The thunder wings on Zichen's back vibrated. He mobilized the power of the extreme and instantly dodged the lightning attack. The clouds rolled, and more lightning flew towards Zichen. Zichen's figure kept flashing as he moved forward among the lightning. In the blink of an eye, he approached the clouds and rushed in without hesitation. The last time his spiritual sense entered the clouds, it was blocked. This time, his real body entered, but he felt great pressure. The clouds around him were very heavy. Zichen walked with great difficulty. Buzz. At the same time, he directly opened his world. A huge black hole appeared in the sky above the clouds. A powerful suction force came from the black hole, as if it wanted to devour everything below. The buildings collapsed one after another, and the divine generals of the divine race were sucked in completely uncontrollably. At the same time, the black hole fell like the mouth of the netherworld, wanting to devour the clouds and the broodmother. Above the clouds, light suddenly shone. The power of the rules appeared, but it formed a space of its own, organizing the devouring of the black hole. While the two were in a stalemate, Zichen felt the power of the rules of the world quickly dissipating. The huge black hole was also shrinking and slowly disappearing. As for the clouds that were surrounded by the rules, they had returned to normal. The city that was surrounded by clouds had long been destroyed. At this time, there were only a few hundred divine generals left. Their faces were filled with fear. Obviously, these people would be left for the monks who would come later. As for Zichen, he had already begun to go deeper into the clouds. Chapter 2742. The blade light extinguished the lightning, but there was still a wave of energy that passed through the long blade and entered Zichen's sea of consciousness. This was a soul attack. However, Zichen's soul flame was unusually strong, and it quickly extinguished this energy. At this time, the deeper he went, the heavier the fog became. It was as if he was carrying a mountain on his back, and it became more and more difficult to move forward. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. More lightning attacks came, heading straight for Zichen. Seeing these incoming soul lightning bolts, Zichen's body flashed, and the power of the world's rules formed a defense around his body. All the soul lightning bolts disappeared when they reached the law defense. During this time, only a few attacks entered Zichen's sea of consciousness, but they did not have any effect on him. Golden light lingered on his body, and he walked more and more slowly. Zichen was already the strongest among those at the same level, but it was so difficult for him to move forward. If it were someone else, they might not be able to move forward. In addition, without the protection of the world's rules, very few people could resist these soul lightning bolts. Therefore, just these clouds and mist alone were enough to keep out too many people of the same level. The more difficult it was for Zichen to move forward, the more soul lightning bolts there were. Fortunately, he had an endless amount of world power to mobilize, so he was not afraid. After walking for an unknown period of time, Zichen could no longer hear the sounds of the battle outside. The heavy pressure on his body disappeared, and he finally saw the broodmother. This broodmother was like a mountain range, crouching there, and its body flashed with the dazzling light of the rules. On Zichen's body, the power of the rules surged again, forming a light curtain, isolating him from the surroundings. The broodmother in the outside world had several escape points, let alone a general-grade broodmother. "Ant, this is meaningless. You are not the first one to come here all these years," the broodmother said coldly. The mother nest's cold voice rang out. The rule power on the surface of its body immediately manifested, forming a long blade, and slashed down. This slash did not have a strong momentum, but the power of the rules it contained was extremely powerful. It was as if the blade was about to cut the rules in half. Zichen also slashed out with his blade. The blade light contained his yin and yang energy, as well as the destruction rules that he comprehended. Bang! The void trembled as the two attacks collided, forming an extremely powerful shockwave that spread out in all directions. The two blade lights above were still in a stalemate. During this period, the rule force destroyed each other and continued to dissipate. "You actually dispelled my principal attack. It seems I underestimated you." The broodmother's voice rang out again. Truth be told, Zichen was also feeling very shocked. He knew very well just how deep his understanding of the laws was. In addition, he also had the support of the laws of his own world and the heaven-defying power of yin and yang. Even so, he was still unable to destroy the other party's attack. Buzz! The laws in front of him trembled again. This time, even more saber lights appeared. They were like a rain of saber lights as they went straight for Zichen. Zichen gripped the saber in his right hand and activated it with all his might. A saber light swept forward like a waterfall. As the saber light moved forward, it continued to be consumed and eventually disappeared. However, even more blades of rule came at him. Zichen tapped his foot and his figure rose into the air. Those blades of rule came from below him. A whistling sound was heard. When Zichen turned around, he found that the blades of rule had turned back and were coming at him again. Swoosh! He slashed down again, but he still only managed to dispel a part of the blades of rule. After that, he flickered again and continued to attack until all the blades of rule were shattered. Interesting. The broodmother's previous cold voice had a hint of mockery now. It was like a cat playing with a mouse. This time, the sky was full of blades of rule, mixed with some swords of rule. Whether it was a blade or a sword, they were just a form. The real power was the rule force that was attached to the attack. Seeing this scene, Zichen's figure kept retreating. As he retreated, he put away his saber. A ball of golden light appeared in his left hand and a ball of silver light appeared in his right hand. His left hand was yang and his right hand was yin. They formed a yin-yang thunder lotus. Above the thunder lotus, the aura of extreme yin and extreme yang surged forward. As it rushed forward, the thunder lotus instantly soared, forming ripples that directly shattered the approaching blades. Immediately after, the nomological blades arrived and slammed into the thunder lotus. The thunder lotus exploded with a loud bang. The power of yin and yang in it instantly spread out and swept into the distance. When the nomological blades came into contact with the exploding yin and yang energy, they dissipated. Taking advantage of the moment when the thunder lotus exploded, Zichen's figure flashed and flashed down, arriving in front of the huge broodmother. Under normal circumstances, he only needed to shoot out a light of energy to easily destroy the broodmother's soul. But now, before Zichen could launch an attack, he saw chains of light appear on the broodmother's body. These chains of light were all soul power. In an instant, they spread out and spread toward Zichen. Zichen's face changed slightly. He immediately retreated. As he retreated, the light on his body circulated and dissolved the soul power attack. I don't have the patience to play with you. Go to hell. The broodmother's cold voice rang out again. The void above the broodmother began to distort. Then, a light vortex appeared, and a light of destruction went straight for Zichen. Buzz. Seeing the beam of light coming straight at him, Zichen immediately dodged. During this time, he displayed his maximum speed. But as he dodged the light of destruction, blades of rule appeared from other places. It was very terrifying. Faced with this situation, Zichen could only dodge. He could no longer attack, so he could only summon his avatar. The avatar of God appeared from the other side. As soon as it appeared, it immediately formed a seal and used the God-destroying hand. The broodmother's body was too big. Once it was broken down, it would be divided into tens of thousands of parts. So, it was difficult to use the God-trapping hand to trap the broodmother. Only the God-destroying hand could be used. Above the vault of heaven, the void trembled. A terrifying aura surged as the God-destroying hand fell from the sky. As it fell, the God-destroying hand swallowed the surrounding energy and became bigger and bigger. The descending God-destroying hand fell on the chains, instantly shattering them. At the same time, it fell on the broodmother's body. Boom! A powerful vibration and violent energy. The broodmother let out a painful roar. After the God-destroying hand, the avatar of God stepped forward and formed another seal. The heavenly God needle beside him turned into a ray of light and went straight for the broodmother. Wherever the heavenly God needle passed, a powerful aura surged. More soul chains were shattered, and the heavenly God needle pierced into the broodmother's body. But compared to the broodmother's huge body, the needle was too small. The destructive power contained in it could not destroy the vitality of the broodmother. This scene did not bring about a direct effect, but it directly angered the broodmother. The void distorted again, and another vortex appeared. Another light of destruction flew out of the vortex and went straight for the avatar of God. Then, the real body used extreme speed, and the avatar used the fleetfoot stride. They circled around the broodmother and fled. Behind them, a large number of blades of rule followed, and in front of them, light of destruction appeared from time to time. Die! The broodmother's cold voice rang out. The broodmother's strength was at the first level of the general realm, but the opponent was very strong. His vitality was unusually strong, and Zichen could not find a way to kill him. Ant, do you think you can escape here? The broodmother's cold voice rang out. Zichen's response was a smooth blade. The blade light destroyed a large number of blades of rule behind him, and then he continued to flee. These blades of rule were very strong. Zichen could not destroy them all at the moment, so he could only choose to escape. The broodmother's proud voice rang out continuously, and one powerful attack after another was displayed. At this time, the broodmother was not paying attention to the outside world. If she had been paying attention, she would have been able to see that outside the huge cloud, the space had completely turned into a black hole. At this moment, the black hole was descending from the sky and swallowing the cloud. During this time, the power of thunder fell from the black hole. The thunder was formed by pure rule force. The natural rule defense formed by the cloud dimmed under the attack of the thunder until it disappeared. Fart! Fart! After an indeterminate amount of time, the broodmother's voice in the cloud became more and more proud. Zichen and his clone were running away more and more pathetically. The layer of rule defense on the surface of the cloud was finally worn down, and then the black hole swallowed the cloud. Faced with the devouring of the power of the world, the thick clouds and mist were no longer of any use. They quickly disappeared. By the time the broodmother sensed that something was amiss, the cloud had become extremely thin and finally dissipated. The originally thick fog was now shrouded in endless darkness. The fleeing divine clone turned into a ray of light and disappeared. Zichen, who was in a rather sorry state, also stopped running. He wiped the sweat off his forehead and turned to the broodmother. You didn't expect this, did you? This battle should be over. You are courting death. The broodmother screamed. More rule force light descended from the sky and headed straight for Chen. In the endless darkness above, rays of light suddenly lit up one after another. These rays were completely composed of rule force. They fell from the sky and blocked the attacks of the broodmother. Chen stood there and looked at the broodmother. This time, there is no doubt that you will die. When he finished speaking, the boundless darkness pressed down. No matter how strong the broodmother was, how could it resist his realm? Seeing the black hole continue to descend, the broodmother felt the crisis of life and death and let out a shrill scream. Then, Chen saw a bright light in front of him, dispersing the darkness brought by the realm. After that, he found himself standing in the light, farther and farther away from the darkness behind him. Chapter 2743. Standing in the light, Chen was at a loss. He didn't know what was going on. An icy voice could be heard all of a sudden. It seemed that in the depths of the light, Chen raised his head and looked ahead, and a trace of shock gradually appeared in his eyes. He saw the broodmother. The light here came from the broodmother. It was using its body to illuminate this world. This is the knowledge sea world. Chen's heart skipped a beat. He remembered that the Divine General had said that the broodmother was best at soul attacks. I didn't expect your reaction to be so fast. The broodmother spoke again. Its body was 10,000 feet tall. It looked down at Chen like a giant looking at an ant. Is this your knowledge sea world or mine? Chen looked around blankly, somewhat puzzled. What do you think? The broodmother laughed coldly. No matter who it is, the result will be the same. Chen was full of confidence. It seemed that he had never feared anyone in the same realm. And in this knowledge sea, he didn't fear anyone. He stretched out his hand and shouted, "Saber, come." This was a characteristic of his soul power, a characteristic that would never change. In all the previous battles, Chen had used this move time and time again. But this time, there seemed to be a problem. The saber didn't come. Where was the saber? Not seeing the saber, he panicked and shouted, "Sword, come." Of course, the sword didn't come. Then Chen shouted for a staff, an axe, and other weapons, but they didn't come. When he tried to mobilize his soul power, he found that it was not smooth at all. It was extremely choppy and was constantly flowing away. Looking ahead, the broodmother was 10,000 feet tall. It was like a giant of heaven and earth. Even before it released its aura, he felt a sense of oppression in his heart. Now do you know the difference between you and me? The broodmother spoke again, its voice extremely cold. This situation was obviously not normal. Chen's expression became extremely ugly. He wanted to calm down, but there seemed to be a trace of panic in his heart, making it impossible for him to calm down. He tried to make his body bigger, but there was still no reaction. He tried to summon the avatar of God, but he couldn't sense any aura from the avatar. At this moment, it was as if he was in the absolute domain of the broodmother, and everything was suppressed by her. It's useless. Now that you've come to me, only death awaits you. If you're willing to submit to me, I won't mind sparing your life, the broodmother said in a cold voice. Submit. Chen raised his head and looked at the broodmother. His panicked eyes slowly turned cold. What kind of joke is this? I'm here to kill you. Do you really think you can kill me? The broodmother's laughter was ear-piercing. How would you know if you don't try? Chen clenched his fists and stomped his foot on the ground, launching himself into the air to attack the broodmother. His fist landed on the broodmother's body, but it felt like he was just scratching an itch. The broodmother's laughter grew even more smug. Chen tried a few more times, but he was unable to inflict any damage to his opponent. His body could no longer stay in the air, and he began to fall. He couldn't even fly in the air. In my eyes, you're nothing more than an ant. If you submit to me, that's because I think highly of you. As long as I'm willing, I can kill you with a single thought. As soon as the broodmother's voice fell, her aura exploded, becoming abnormally strong and terrifying. A powerful storm appeared out of nowhere, and Chen couldn't get close. Golden light surged around him, but he still couldn't stand. He had no choice but to fall back. At this moment, his heart suffered a great impact, as if he had met a god. At this moment, his mind was abnormally clear. However, he could not understand why the other party's soul was so powerful even though they were both at the same level. It wasn't just a little stronger, it was much stronger. It was like the 9 gods he'd met before. Their aura was so terrifying that he couldn't even muster the will to fight. The broodmother moved, and the storm around her grew even more violent. She slowly lowered her head and came before Zichen. "Submit to me, and I'll not only let you go, but also your friends. Otherwise, you'll die, and your friends will die because of you. You don't want them to come close. Doesn't that mean you care about them?" Clone. 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 Zichen's mind was calling out to his clone. He didn't think it was dead, but why couldn't his soul sense its existence? Outside the endless light, there was absolute silence. The huge mother nest floated in the air, motionless. Not far from the mother nest, Zichen also stood there motionless. Above the two was Zichen's world. However, this world seemed to be frozen at this moment. The rules could not respond, and even the doppelganger in the world could not move. Suddenly, a ray of light appeared in this quiet world. It came from the broodmother's body. After it appeared, its figure became clear. It was actually a very small broodmother, and its eyes were filled with confusion. Gradually, the confusion in its eyes disappeared, replaced by a bright light. "So that's how it is," the broodmother muttered and looked forward. "Is it this lowly ant that forced it to use the supreme illusion? What is this black hole? It's so powerful, no wonder it's like this. This damn thing definitely didn't expect this day to come. Whatever, let's go first." The small broodmother looked at the large broodmother with resentment, but it didn't intend to interfere. At this time, it was about to leave, but just as it flew up, its body suddenly fell back down. It looked back at the motionless Zichen. Zichen's body began to tremble, and light appeared one after another. "Oh, you still have the power to resist in that supreme illusion. Not bad. If I can really kill this guy, then I'll have profited. Didn't someone say that the enemy of my enemy is my friend? Although this ant isn't qualified to be my friend, it doesn't matter if we cooperate once in a while." After saying that, it turned into a light again and flew towards Zichen. At this time, Zichen, who was in the light, felt that something was wrong. However, his eyes seemed to be blocked by a dense fog, and he couldn't see the problem. However, he obviously wouldn't give up. He kept trying to attack, but failed again and again. At this time, he couldn't hurt the broodmother at all. The broodmother could kill him with a thought. The aura on the other party's body was too strong. It was so strong that it was like a god, and it could kill with a thought. However, the scene in front of him gave him a very strange feeling. It can kill with a thought, but why didn't it kill me? Such a thought suddenly flashed in Zichen's mind. At this time, the broodmother stared at Zichen and said, "Ant, you should think clearly. If you refuse, not only will you die, but your friends will also die." Zichen looked up at the huge and terrifying broodmother and said coldly, "Idiot, kill me if you can." He was very nervous at this moment, because he wasn't sure if his guess was right. "You must have a death wish." The terrifying aura surged again, and an endless storm swept over. This storm was like a sharp blade, cutting open the black robe on Zichen's body. It even cut open wounds on his body. At this moment, he was in the middle of this storm. He could die at any time, but he didn't. When he saw that he was still alive and watched the storm gradually fade away, Zichen seemed to have guessed something and was about to grasp it. "Human ant, everything that is happening before your eyes is not real. This is an illusion. A real illusion. A supreme illusion." At this moment, a second voice suddenly rang out in Zichen's mind. When he heard this voice, he was stunned. This voice coincided with his thoughts, but he didn't know where it was coming from. "Who are you?" He didn't speak directly. Instead, he spoke in his mind. "You don't have to be so vigilant, lowly ant. I have no intention of harming you. I just want to cooperate with you. After I save you, you just need to give me its body in return." The voice sounded again. When he heard the words lowly ant, Zichen frowned slightly. It seemed that this kind of address wasn't common in the celestial realm. Only the broodmother would call it that. You are the broodmother? Chen asked tentatively. Impudent. I am a noble and intelligent life form. Lowly ant, these words of yours are extremely displeasing. The other party's tone became colder and harsher. Through this simple exchange, Chen could tell what level of existence this person was. He said in his mind, how are you going to save me? This is an illusion. Everything is real, but everything is also illusory. Don't worry, with my help, you will succeed. Now listen to me. You need to focus your mind on a single point, then act according to my command. When you act, I will do my best to reduce the defenses of this illusion to the lowest possible level. When Chen heard this, he laughed inwardly. In that case, I will be the one breaking the illusion. What's the use of having you around? Lowly ant, do you think breaking the illusion is that difficult? Let me tell you, without my help, only death awaits you. The voice was clearly dissatisfied. Ant, I will give you one more chance. This time, you will have to choose wisely. Submit to me, or die. The broodmother's voice sounded from outside. Chen looked up at the broodmother with ridicule in his eyes. You think you are qualified to make me submit? You are courting death. The broodmother's body swooped down, and a violent gale appeared once more. Chen was caught in the middle of this gale, and he felt like he was being cut by 1,000 knives. However, his expression didn't change. His eyes were fixed in front of him, and all his focus was on a single point. Break. This voice seemed to have a strong impact, and the surrounding space shattered like a mirror. The light emitted by the broodmother's body disappeared, and the surrounding space also dissipated. Chen's consciousness returned to his knowledge sea, and his eyes regained their clarity. He could see the broodmother in front of him, and at the same time, he could feel the existence of his doppelganger. The falling world above him was once again shrouded in bright laws. You actually broke my illusion, the broodmother's panicked voice sounded. I broke it. Chapter 2744. Floating above Chen's head was a mother nest. It was small in size and was just above Chen's head. It looked at the huge broodmother in front of it and said, You didn't expect me to still be alive, did you? It's you. The broodmother was obviously surprised, and its eyes immediately became resentful. You took everything from me. You never thought this day would come, did you? Ha, this is retribution. You are destined to fall into my hands, and I will take away what belongs to me. Before it could finish its sentence, its body uncontrollably flipped upside down. Chen reached out to grab its tail and said, Where did you come from, little thing? Presumptuous, lowly ant, hurry up and take your dirty hands away. If you blaspheme Lord Vigny, you won't be able to make amends even if you die. The small broodmother, which was not even 100,000th the size of the broodmother in front of it, said coldly. Looking at it, Chen was a little surprised because he knew very well what level a broodmother that could speak was at. This little thing in front of him had no aura at all. Could it be a general class broodmother? If it was, then it would be interesting. Grabbing the struggling broodmother with one hand, Chen looked up at the huge broodmother in front of him and said indifferently, It's time to end everything. With the supreme illusion broken, the broodmother lost its strongest means, but it obviously wouldn't give up. It still tried to make a final struggle. If you kill me, you will be in big trouble. I believe you must know that I am only at the outermost periphery. There are stronger existences in the depths. Nylon, do you think you can live by saying that? Stop dreaming. If you fall into my hands, you will die without a doubt. The small broodmother said loudly. Lowly ant, you don't have to pay attention to it. The existences in the depths won't care about this. If they really wanted to, it would have died long ago. Chen said indifferently, I don't care if there is trouble or not. In short, my goal is to destroy this place. As for the trouble, even if the sky falls, the gods will hold it up. It is not my turn to worry. After saying that, the world pressed down, the power of the rules flashed, and a mournful voice resounded through the world. The broodmother's boundless vitality was constantly being wiped out by the laws of the world. What the heaven-piercing divine needle could not do, the massive world precepts could. Ignoring the shrill screams of the broodmother, Chen looked at the little one in his hands and said, How should I deal with you? It seems that if I refine you, it won't be enough for me to break through. Lowly ant, Lord Vigny, I'm warning you again. If you don't let go of me, you'll have to bear the consequences, the little broodmother Vigny said coldly. Zichen smiled faintly when he heard that and said, "Can I take your words as a threat? Did you see that guy? The last time I came here, it was because he threatened me that I brought people to kill him. Now, even his soul has been destroyed. Do you think you're stronger than it?" "Of course I'm stronger than it," Vigny said loudly, but he soon whispered, "But that was in the past." Zichen's expression didn't change when he heard this. He said, "In that case, what's the use of keeping you? Why don't I just give you away as a gift?" Seeing the light in the broodmother's eyes again, Zichen changed the topic and said, "I'm afraid that won't work. Everyone who sees a broodmother wants nothing more than to immediately refine it. Even if I give you away, you'll only be refined. Rather than letting others refine you, it's better for me to do it myself." It won't take too long anyway." As he spoke, Zichen's hand shone with light. He was really going to refine the little broodmother. Wait, lowly ant, let's talk things over. No matter what, I was the one who saved you. Even if you don't want to repay the kindness, you shouldn't bite the hand that feeds you," Vigny said loudly. "What do you mean by biting the hand that feeds you? Before I heard your voice, I already knew that this was an illusion. I'll be the one to break the seal next. What does it have to do with you?" Zichen grabbed the little broodmother and said, "I've heard people say that everything in this world is for profit. If you want to live in my hands, that's fine. Tell me, what value do you have to me? Or rather, what benefits do you have to offer?" "Lowly ant, you're too impudent. Do you know that Lord Vigny is an intelligence dash?" Before it could finish speaking, it shrieked. Zichen's body was glowing with energy again, and he was sucking away what little vitality it had left. Zichen said indifferently, "With my methods, I only need 10 breaths to make you disappear. You'd best think clearly about your value in that time. I can find other broodmothers for you to refine, but they're all Nyland's subordinates." "I'm sure you won't be able to find them," the little broodmother immediately said. Zichen's heart skipped a beat when he heard this, but he didn't bat an eyelid. "You might not know this, but I have a friend with extremely sharp senses. He can find a broodmother's hiding place from a great distance. As for Nyland's subordinates, we've already captured quite a few of them. During that time, Niran kept pestering it. He really couldn't stand it, so he came here to kill it. You have 8 breaths of time left. Hold on, lowly ant. Damned lowly ant. I know where Nyland hid his treasures. Without my help, you won't be able to find them," the little broodmother cursed. Zichen's tone grew colder and colder. "It seems you really are a piece of trash. If we're talking about treasures, do you think I have few? I control an entire trading ground. Do you think I'd covet the treasures of a mere first-rank broodmother? You've disappointed me, so I've decided not to give you another chance." Zichen's hand flashed with golden light, and the power of yin and yang began to circulate. Damn it. I remember now. I have another specialty, and that's creating armies of powerhouses. I can create an army for you to fight and conquer," the little broodmother cried out in alarm. The golden light in Zichen's hand disappeared. This was the answer he wanted. He placed the mother nest in front of him like a big bad wolf seeing a little white rabbit. He smiled and said, "But, how can I believe you? You can only choose to believe me, because we are noble and intelligent creatures. Lowly ants like you have no way of controlling us," the little broodmother said proudly. "So what? Your life is still in my hands," Zichen said disdainfully. "That's because Nyland plotted against me. Otherwise, how could a lowly ant like you capture me?" the little broodmother said sarcastically. "Don't try to change the subject. You have to tell me why I should believe you. I'm sure you have some sort of contract or something, right?" Zichen asked. The little broodmother said disdainfully, "We are highly intelligent, so of course we have a contract. But how can lowly ants like you understand our contracts? Even if I add a contract to your body, it won't have any effect." Zichen smiled. "How will I know if I don't try?" Although Zichen was smiling, the little broodmother felt a chill in her heart. It was far more terrifying than when she had been refined. There was no doubt that if she couldn't think of any other way to express her loyalty, she would die. "All right, I'll try." Feeling the true killing intent, the little broodmother calmed down and stopped shouting. A ray of light flew out of her forehead and headed straight for Zichen's forehead. The light was like a hexagram, shining brightly with many runes coiling around it. Zichen didn't feel any threat from the light, so he accepted it and fused it with his soul. Obviously, it was something like a restriction. However, he was careful and only fused with a small part of his soul. If something unexpected happened, he could directly obliterate it. After the light fused with Zichen's soul, a strong light burst out, and the two souls merged. Then, Zichen sensed the little broodmother's aura through the new soul. At this time, her aura was very weak. It was as if he could destroy her with a single thought. How is this possible? The souls of your world shouldn't be able to fuse with ours. The little broodmother was shocked when she sensed that her soul was being controlled. Is that so? There are always exceptions, Zichen said casually. Now that he controlled the little broodmother's soul, it was equivalent to controlling her life and death. Naturally, Zichen could trust her. In fact, this contract mainly had a restraining effect. As long as he didn't treat her unfairly in the future, she wouldn't betray him. "Okay, now tell me where the broodmother's treasury is," Zichen said with a smile. The little broodmother's heart was filled with despair. If she had known this would happen, she would have established an equal contract. In her prediction, the souls of this world didn't match hers, and they couldn't fuse. Even when creating a master-servant contract, she would suffer a backlash. This was considered a protection for highly intelligent beings like her, but she didn't expect that the other party's soul wasn't affected by this restriction. Although she was depressed, she had no choice but to agree to Zichen's request because she couldn't disobey. In addition, she also knew that she had been played. No one would complain about having too many treasures. The little broodmother flew forward, and a light shot out from her body. The light fell into the void and opened a passage out of thin air. "All of Nyland's gains are here," the little broodmother said. She didn't expect that she would be plotted against again after escaping from the jaws of death. "Lead the way." Zichen followed closely behind as they arrived at Nyland's treasure trove. Chapter 2745. Seeing that short spike, Zichen changed his visage. If he wasn't wrong, this spike was called the mother-child spike, one of the 9 extreme weapons of this lifestar. He had never thought that he would see it here. His eyes continued to move. He saw many other weapons, such as sabers, swords, and spiked maces. Each of them could cause a catastrophe on this lifestar. Besides the weapons, there were many dazzling crystals with different colors. They were all materials for refining weapons. There were so many of them. Relatively speaking, there weren't many divine crystals that the god clan cared about here. However, there were some divine rings placed in a corner. There were so many of them. The heavenly clan makes their own weapons? Zichen was skeptical. Most of the materials here were materials for refining weapons, which occupied 80% of the space. There weren't many ready-made weapons here. Of course. Otherwise, what would they use? The little nest nodded. Apparently, it wasn't in a good mood. This time, it had suffered a big loss. Zichen swung his sleeves. His world turned into a black hole and sucked in everything. He held the short spike in his hand. The short spike was cold in his hand. It was ancient and extraordinary. As for whether it was the 9 extreme weapon or not, he needed to wait for Zhong Haotian to verify it. "Now, you should go to my world first. I'll call you if I need you." Zichen put the little nest into his world. He had to admit that he had gained a lot this time. After leaving, the battle in the distance was over. Seeing that Zichen hadn't returned yet, everybody was waiting anxiously. Zichen turned into a jet of light and appeared. Everybody looked at him. "How was it?" asked Su Mengyao. "It's over." Zichen threw the short spike in his hand to Zhong Haotian. "Look at this. Is it one of the 9 extreme weapons?" Zhong Haotian caught the spike and held it in his hand. After releasing his energy to sense, the spike seemed to disappear. It flickered just like him. Zhong Haotian's cold face showed a gleam of joy as he nodded at him. Where did you find it? Asked Tyrant curiously. The others were also surprised. They didn't expect to find a 9 extreme weapon. It's a pity that this is the only item in the Broodmother's treasury. Alright, it's time for us to leave. If the mother nest in the depths sends a powerhouse out, it'll be troublesome. During the previous battle with the Broodmother, Zichen could clearly feel how powerful she was. If he didn't rely on the power of the world, it would have been impossible to kill her. If something were to happen again, Zichen would not be able to handle it with his current strength. Speaking of which, he had once considered going to the depths of the abyss to challenge a higher-level mother nest, but now, he had clearly given up on the idea. Everyone began to clean up the battlefield. Everything left behind here was a resource, so naturally, they couldn't waste it. After collecting everything, they headed out. During this time, Zichen's figure flashed and he returned to his own world. The little Broodmother was staring at the Broodmother, its eyes unblinking with greed. You want to refine it? Zichen asked. The Broodmother nodded. This belongs to me. When do you plan on returning it to me? It's mine right now. It's impossible for you to take this Broodmother back, but I can give you the rest. Zichen pointed forward, and space began to distort as one Broodmother after another appeared. The little Broodmother was surprised to see the Broodmother. It seemed that the other party was telling the truth, he had indeed found a lot of them. In its current state, it was most suitable for refining these low-level Broodmother. It immediately flew towards the level 6 Broodmother in front of it. Its soul was already under Zichen's control, so it could be trusted. Giving it a level 6 Broodmother wasn't a big deal. Of course, the purpose of doing this was to reap greater benefits. Space distorted, and the Broodmother went back into hiding. Zichen looked at the Broodmother and said, once you've recovered a little, hurry up and show me where the other Broodmother hides. The little Broodmother looked back at Zichen, puzzled. Don't you have a way to get them? Zichen said, I do have a way, but I need to test you. You can't just eat and do nothing when you're here, right? The little Broodmother was already regretting its decision. Unfortunately, its soul was under control, so it didn't have the right to regret. It could only refine the level 6 Broodmother and increase its strength. Its body continued to grow. 3 meters, 5 meters, 15 meters, 20 meters. It kept expanding. When it was 100 meters tall, Zichen said, alright, it's time to move. He left his divine avatar behind and returned to Toby City with the others. His real body took the Broodmother and began searching for the other Broodmother hides. There was no doubt that he was going to carry out a major cleansing of this area. He was going to wipe out all the Broodmother hides in this area. There's one here. Zichen opened up a space beside him. The Broodmother's perception probed this space and quickly sensed the presence of the other Broodmother hides. This was an innate talent, just like Ben Senlu's subordinate. The Broodmother's perception of each other was even sharper. Zichen's figure descended. Following the Broodmother's guidance, he broke through the space and entered the depths. Sure enough, he found a level 8 Broodmother. This Broodmother had clearly just been teleported here and hadn't settled down yet, but Zichen had already found it. After obtaining the Broodmother, they moved on to the next one. During this time, Zichen asked curiously, how are these Broodmother hides formed? Do they reproduce from generation to generation? The little Broodmother said, when a Broodmother grows to the general level, it can accumulate energy and reproduce a new Broodmother. These Broodmother hides are all subordinates of the general level Broodmother. Because the souls of each Broodmother are different, only the reproducing Broodmother can control them. During this period, the general level Broodmother will firmly suppress the growth of the other Broodmother hides. Once an uncontrollable factor appears, the soul will be obliterated in advance. In another situation, some kind of mutation occurs, and then a new Broodmother appears. That Broodmother has a brand new soul. If it's lucky enough to reach the general level, it can reproduce on its own. Zichen didn't expect the Broodmother hides to expand their influence in this way. He immediately felt that it was inconceivable. However, he also understood that if the general level Broodmother hides were dead, Then even if the broodmother hides here were small, they couldn't be used again, so they could only be killed. If they weren't killed, then these broodmother hides would grow on their own. When they reached the general level, they would awaken their own intelligence. Before reaching the general level, the broodmother hide's intelligence was extremely limited. They couldn't even communicate normally. All instructions were given by the general level broodmother. During the search, the little broodmother seemed to have accepted its fate. She became much more obedient and began to search for the hidden broodmother hides with great effort. During this time, Shadowless exclaimed repeatedly. He was the one who'd discovered these broodmother hides in the beginning, but he couldn't find them after searching for them. However, the little broodmother had found them all. The little broodmother couldn't sense Shadowless' presence. At this moment, Shadowless sighed. The harvest this time is really great. I'm sure even the God Kings would be envious if they knew. That's why this is a secret. You must keep it a secret. If it's leaked, you'll have no choice but to obediently return to the 9th region. Zichen nodded discreetly. Naturally, he couldn't reveal the little broodmother's secret. Otherwise, as Shadowless said, he really would have to return to the 9th region with Yi Qian. During this time, Zichen didn't ask the little broodmother how to build an army. Things had to be done one at a time. If he squeezed her dry all at once, she would inevitably feel conflicted, even if he controlled her soul. In Zichen's perception, there was nothing in this area other than space-time creatures. However, to the little broodmother's senses, this world was filled with all sorts of presences, the most sensitive of which was the presence of other broodmother hides. Because it needed a broodmother to recover its strength, helping her was also helping itself. That was why it was working especially hard. In addition, there was another reason why it was working so hard. If it didn't clear out all the broodmother hides in this area, they would inevitably become a formidable foe when they grew up. It was already subtly treating this place as its private territory. If another General Realm expert appeared to compete with it, it'd be troublesome. After collecting 23 broodmother hides in total, the little broodmother informed Zichen that there were no more broodmother hides in this area. Thus, he chose to return. During this time, everyone else had already gone back. When Luo Wei received the news, he quickly rushed over, clearly waiting for good news. At this time, outside the border cities, the battle was still ongoing. There were still a few remaining celestial divine generals following the broodmother's orders. By the time Zichen returned, the battle was nearing its end. He met Luo Wei, who said, "Zichen, congratulations." Zichen cupped his fists in response. Luo Wei continued, "But this time, you've caused quite a bit of trouble. The higher-ups are under a lot of pressure. Perhaps you'll have to restrain yourself from now on." Zichen nodded. Taking down a general-level broodmother and killing tens of thousands of celestial divine generals was a huge gain for him, but for the broodmother's side, it was a huge loss. However, he'd already asked before. Even if there was trouble, the higher-ups would take care of it. In the 10th region, there were countless powerhouses. A mere general-level expert like him wasn't worth their attention at all. "I'll have to trouble everyone this time. This is just a small token of my appreciation." Chapter 2746. This was a level 9 broodmother, which was second only to a divine general. Such a massive broodmother would be able to create many level 9 divine envoys. In Luo Wei's eyes, this was a great opportunity to increase the popularity of Toby City. After obtaining this broodmother, his popularity among the officials would definitely soar, and his contributions would naturally be greater. After all, the officials had never been on the battlefield. If they wanted to obtain cultivation resources, they would have to rely on their own contributions. Luo Wei had taken a huge gamble when he had come to Toby City under pressure. Given the current development of Toby City, his gamble had paid off. This level 9 broodmother was the icing on the cake. It could increase his contribution to the organization and even increase his position. The reason Zichen had given him a level 9 broodmother was because the other party had indeed put in a lot of effort this time. Besides, building a good relationship with the other party would naturally benefit him in the future. Sure enough, after receiving the broodmother, Luo Wei's attitude became even better. He even patted his chest and promised that this matter would be handled beautifully. After that, Luo Wei took the broodmother and left. There was no doubt that this broodmother couldn't be placed in Toby City directly. He still had to go back and ask for instructions. Actually, he was just showing off and asking for credit. After that, Zi Chen went out. Everywhere he went, some of the city guards looked at Zi Chen with burning eyes. Many divine envoys even looked at Zi Chen as if they wanted to swallow him whole. After taking out the broodmother, Toby City's popularity soared again. Many level 5 divine envoys, who could have been city lords outside, came to Toby City and were willing to be soldiers. Their goal was simple. They wanted to obtain a portion of the broodmother's resources after a few hundred years. In this way, they would only need a few thousand years to gather 10 portions of the broodmother's resources, which would be enough for them to break through. Breaking through in a few thousand years was already a very fast speed for most divine envoys. The news of taking down a general-grade broodmother hadn't spread in private yet, but it had already spread like wildfire among the upper echelons of the 10th domain. All the forces that knew about the existence of the abyss were extremely shocked. This was also the first time they had paid attention to the name Zi Chen. At the same time, they were curious as to how Zi Chen managed to destroy a mother nest. It should be noted that in the early years, in order to take down such a broodmother, it was necessary to mobilize a general-class army. After all, a general-class broodmother had too many divine champions as subordinates. Despite their shock, they had no choice but to face the pressure of the beings from an alternate dimension. Their attacks on the various battlefields became even more intense, with many divine generals sacrificing their lives. In the end, the higher-ups of the 10th domain made the final decision on this matter. On a certain day, the aura of a god king descended in Toby City. Everyone's expression changed after sensing this aura. Although it was not rare to see a divine general in Toby City, it was rare to see a divine king. Unlike the other god messengers, Zi Chen's expression darkened when he sensed the god king's aura. Without hesitation, he rushed outside. At the same time, Yi Qian also appeared. Her expression was more solemn. "Greetings, God King." It could be said that as soon as the God King released his aura, Zi Chen arrived in front of him and cupped his fists in greeting. Yi Qian followed closely behind, looking at the God King with a certain wariness in her eyes. This was God King Sandini. "May I ask why the God King has come today?" asked Yi Qian. "Two matters, one official and one personal. The official matter is what you have done this time. You have brought us no small amount of trouble, so you must enter the 10th domain's general-class battlefield. As for the personal matter, I have a question I didn't clear up last time. I need to see Li Ari again." God King Sandini directly stated his purpose. Zi Chen's expression changed when he heard this. Yi Qian said, "We have no objections to the first matter, but not the second. The God King has already searched Li Ari's soul last time. We absolutely cannot let him search us again. Moreover, our agreement with the God King ended long ago. We have no reason to cooperate, and the God King has no reason to force us." God King Sandini laughed. "Don't misunderstand. We're just meeting to ask a few questions." This wasn't excessive, so Zi Chen said, "Then please go to the City Lord's mansion." "No need. It will be done soon." As he spoke, a medallion appeared in the God King's hand. This is a divine general medallion that leads to the general class battlefield. Every divine general has one. "Zi Chen, this one is tailor-made for you. By the way, there are no more than 1,000 people in the 10th domain who are worthy of having an official medallion specially made for them. Of these 1,000, aside from those who die young, all have the strength to become divine generals." Zi Chen took the medallion. His name was already engraved on it. The medallion was heavy in his hand, and he didn't know what it was made of. God King Sandini said, "Your contributions to the general class battlefield will be recorded here. Only with enough contributions will you be able to challenge those ranked divine generals. Of course, you can also exchange it for a set of excellent equipment." Li Ari quickly arrived, and when she saw Sacred King Sandini, her expression changed. God King Sandini looked at her. His eyes seemed to become extremely deep, like an abyss. She was already a divine general. Her body swayed, and she couldn't stand still. Just as Yi Qian was about to support her, a beam of light appeared in Li Ari's sea of consciousness, heading straight for God King Sandini. That's a memory. Destroy it. Yi Qian cried out. Swish. Zi Chen obviously noticed this as well. His body flickered, and he immediately used his extreme speed to rush toward the light of memory. He never would have thought that God King Sandini would have tampered with Li Ari's memories. However, as soon as he moved, the aura of a divine king erupted. This aura was like a storm, forcing Zi Chen, who was close to him, to retreat. This was a part of Li Ari's memories, containing everything they'd done during this time. Naturally, he couldn't let the God King get his hands on it. Zi Chen shouted loudly. Golden light curled around him, and the power of extreme yin and yang erupted in an instant. He broke free of the powerful aura and accelerated forward. God King Sandini cried out in surprise, somewhat surprised that his opponent could resist his suppression. However, he didn't care. With a wave of his sleeve, Zi Chen was stopped once more. By this time, he'd already taken the ball of light and fused it with his soul. Yi Qian supported Li Ari, then looked at God King Sandini coldly. I didn't expect a God King of a generation to be so despicable. God King Sandini smiled faintly. Extraordinary times call for extraordinary measures. But don't worry, I'm only interested in what I care about. As for everything else, I have no interest. Of course, that includes the secrets of the goddess. As he spoke, he'd already browsed through Li Ari's memories of the past several decades, which included all kinds of trivial matters. Through Li Ari's memories, he saw the growth of Tobi City, the enormous broodmother nest, and the huge black hole. He also saw other people, and even knew that Zi Chen was accompanied by a shadow that no one could see. He saw too many things, learned many secrets about Zi Chen, but he didn't see what he wanted. He frowned, then looked at the two nervous people and muttered, "Could I have guessed wrong? But this Zi Chen really has a lot of secrets." Seeing the two people in front of him clearly on guard, Sandini said, "Don't worry, I have no interest in your secrets. Just pretend none of this exists." That said, Zi Chen, I'm looking forward to your performance on the general class battlefield. Once you make a name for yourself, we'll all have a lot of face too. After saying this, God King Sandini turned and left. Li Ari looked at the two with an apologetic expression. I'm sorry, I didn't know it would be like this. Zi Chen shook his head, looking very disappointed. Then he turned and left. In truth, he was greatly relieved. Back then, he'd held back from Li Ari in order to prevent God King Sandini from searching his soul again. He hadn't expected Sandini to tamper with Li Ari's memories. But this was also good. Everything was over. So what if he knew Shadowless' secret? No one could see him anyway. Yi Qian was also relieved, but she still had to pretend to be angry. After all, no one knew whether or not God King Sandini still had a part of his soul in Li Ari's body. After sending Li Ari back, Li Ari examined his soul again and again to see if there were any other abnormalities. As for Zi Chen, he had to think about how to deploy everything before entering the general class battlefield. Now that he had the resources, all he needed was people from the Life Star. During this time, he had to build a passage that could transport people back and forth. Moreover, this passage had to be built in the safest place possible. After thinking for a while, he could only let Yi Qian land. A level 9 general city should be strong enough. Next, he had to choose a place to land. This city had to be far away from this area because he still had a mother nest. He couldn't let others know about this. After thinking for a while, he decided that the most suitable place was close to the general class mother nest. There was no mother nest in that area. He could focus on developing his force. When the time came, he could even put the mother nest there. As he had an idea, he had to act. Next, building the teleport formation was the most important thing. However, he only had LV Peng on his side. It was unrealistic to build such a long-distance teleport formation. Thus, he had to find someone else. Although he could find Divine General Luo Wei, this was related to the core secret of the Life Star. Of course, he had to be careful. Thus, he had to find Heavenly God Ta Zhon. He knew everything about the life star. He also knew him. He was his future father-in-law. Even if it was for Yi Qian's sake, he would never harm him. After making this decision, of course, he had to find Yi Qian to discuss it. Yi Qian didn't refuse. She said that she could return at any time. Thus, Zi Chen and Yi Qian went to the 9th area. During this time, Zi Chen brought the mother nest as a gift. It was also a reward for building the teleport formation this time. Chapter 2747. When they arrived in the 9th region, they met the 9th god of heaven in the God Palace. In the God Palace, the god of heaven signaled them to sit down. He smiled kindly and poured water for them. He didn't have the arrogance of a god of heaven. Zi Chen, you've really become famous this time. You've taken down a general-level mother nest. It hasn't happened in the divine world for a long time. I was just lucky, Zi Chen said modestly. After meeting the god of heaven a few times, although he was still cautious, he was much better than before. During this time, the god of heaven told him some interesting stories. The god of heaven smiled and said, "Tell me, what difficulties did you encounter this time?" Zi Chen was a little embarrassed. It seemed to be true. However, the other was the god of heaven. He couldn't treat this place as his home and visit whenever he wanted to. Although he was a little embarrassed, he still told the god of heaven his purpose. The god of heaven was surprised. You want to connect the two worlds? The divine world and the life star were two completely different worlds. It was really difficult to connect them. Zi Chen nodded and said, "I've thought it through. This place is big and has abundant resources. Let the people of the life star come here to develop. It can also strengthen the fighting force of the life star." The divine world had always suppressed the life stars. However, this suppression was only aimed at the heaven-defying warriors. In other words, it was aimed at Zi Chen alone. In fact, the alien tribes in the eyes of the life stars were their slaves. They were here to deal with the life stars. Every time, they would push the life stars to the edge of destruction to stimulate the new heaven-defying warriors. Their ultimate goal was to make Shi Yang open the heaven gate. However, after they knew that Zi Chen was still alive, this suppression was cancelled. The divine world's current attitude was to let Zi Chen develop. They wouldn't interfere. Of course, they didn't care about the life stars. After coming to the divine world, Zi Chen had a deeper understanding of the divine world. Many of the God clan here didn't know about the life stars. Only a small number of them knew about the existence of the life stars. Thus, it wasn't difficult to bring the people of the life stars to the divine world. The only difficulty was the construction of the teleport formation. This was an extremely huge project. Have you chosen a good location? The heavenly deity asked again. The smile on his face faded. This was not a simple matter. It would have a certain impact on the divine realm. As he was the one who had survived that year, he understood how tremendous the potential of a fully developed life star was. I've thought about it. It'll be in the area where I took down the mother nest. Zi Chen didn't hide anything, and directly explained his plan. If there was anyone in the immortal realm that he could trust, it would naturally be this 9th heavenly god. The heavenly pagoda battle god thought for a moment before saying, "That's fine too." However, considering the future, a level 9 general city isn't considered very high. Do you want to consider buying a king city? A royal city was a city owned by a divine king, so there was no need to mention its defenses. With Zi Chen's current wealth, it was still possible for him to purchase a royal city. Zi Chen said, "That's not necessary. When the time comes, I can upgrade Yi Qian's city. If nothing unexpected happens, Yi Qian's city will be the core city of our life star in the future." That's good. I can arrange for people to go over. The heavenly pagoda battle god nodded, and his gaze toward Zi Chen became much more gratified. Zi Chen immediately thanked him, and at the same time, he took out the 2 level 9 mother nests that he had prepared beforehand. Currently, the mother nests were in a sealed state, and they looked only the size of a palm. "Oh, you even brought gifts." Seeing the 2 mother nests, the heavenly god smiled and said, "If I didn't agree, would you not bring out these gifts?" Hearing this, Zi Chen hurriedly said, "Heavenly god, please don't laugh at me. This is the reward prepared for the formation master. The heavenly god waved his hand and said, "Your force has just started to develop, and it's time for you to use resources. Take the gifts back. Consider it an additional betrothal gift for Qian-Er." Yi Qian's charming face reddened, and she was somewhat embarrassed. Zi Chen could only accept it, and he thanked the heavenly god again. Speaking of which, this future father-in-law of his was really generous. He was also very good to Yi Qian. Since the matter had been settled, they naturally couldn't just leave like this. The two accompanied the heavenly god for a meal before returning. After returning to Toby City, they moved together, looking for a suitable place to settle down. During this time, Zi Chen asked Vigny, the little mother nest, if there would be a new general-grade mother nest coming here. After confirming that there wouldn't be, he landed 300,000 miles away from the place where he had taken down the previous general-grade mother nest. In this area, the creatures from the other space and time were all level 9 existences. After Zi Chen had collected all the level 9 creatures from the other space and time within dozens of miles, Yi Qian started to settle down. After settling down, the city began to expand, and its area became bigger and bigger. During this time, LV Peng had to find the most suitable place to set up the teleportation formation. Next, he would join hands with the divine array master sent by the heavenly god to build the teleportation formation that would lead to the life star. As for the destination, they would build it in the Holy Land, a place close to the everlasting sect. This was a massive project that would take hundreds of years, or even thousands of years. Everybody started to get busy, starting to build their force. From now on, this place would only be open to the people from the Life Star. Zi Chen returned to Toby City. Before he went to the general-grade battlefield, he had to inquire about the situation there. After all, it was a battlefield for divine generals. He had to familiarize himself with it. Of course, he went to find Divine General Luo Wei. When Divine General Luo Wei heard the news, he arrived on the same day. When he saw Zi Chen, his face was full of smiles. He seemed to be in a good mood. Zi Chen told Divine General Luo Wei his plan. When Divine General Luo Wei heard this, the smile on his face disappeared, and his face became serious. "Sir, you're only at the general level. Why are you in such a hurry to go to the general-grade battlefield?" Zi Chen nodded. Divine King Sandro had told him to go to the general-grade battlefield. Divine General Luo Wei said, "That's the main battlefield for the general-grade battlefield. Opportunities come with dangers. Breaking through to the next realm there is much faster than usual. Before you go, you need to get a general's token." "I already have a general's token," said Zi Chen. "You have one? How is that possible?" Divine General Luo Wei was stunned. "Divine King Sandro gave it to me. He said he made it especially for me." As he spoke, Zi Chen took out the Black General's token. The moment he saw the general's token, Divine General Luo Wei's expression changed drastically. He cried out involuntarily, "This is the highest level of Black General's token. You actually got a general's token like this? What? Is there a problem with the general's token?" Seeing the ugly expression on Divine General Luo Wei's face, Zi Chen asked in surprise. "My lord, you may not know this, but the general-grade battlefield is divided into 4 levels. It's mainly divided into gold, silver, bronze, and black. Gold, silver, and bronze represent different levels of danger. Gold is the most dangerous, bronze the least dangerous, and black is the most special and dangerous region. Because every black token is custom-made, it represents the existence of the strongest combat power." Divine General Luo Wei continued, "Moreover, with a black token, you can't enter the other levels of the battlefield. You can only enter the general-grade battlefield corresponding to the black token." Hearing this, Zi Chen nodded and said, "Divine King Sandro said that there are close to 1,000 people with black tokens in this region. Are they all there?" Luo Wei said, "That's true, but those divine generals don't get black tokens as soon as they reach the general grade. Most of them advance step by step. Only when their battle strength reaches a certain level will they be given a black token. My lord, you're only a first-level divine general. Logically speaking, it's impossible for you to be given a black token. In our region, The first person to be given a black token was a 5th-level divine general. Even so, it still caused a lot of commotion. From Luo Wei's words, Zichen could tell that the black token he'd given was somewhat unusual. At the very least, it seemed that the drawbacks outweighed the benefits. Could it be that Divine King Sandro had deliberately harmed him? Just as Zichen was frowning in thought, Divine General Luo Wei said, "My lord, I suggest that you don't enter the general-grade battlefield for the time being. Wait until you reach the 5th level at the very least before going there. Although you have a token, as long as you don't enter the battlefield, no one can force you." "Why shouldn't I be in a hurry to enter?" asked Zichen. "My lord, there's something you don't know. In the battlefield with black tokens, all the enemies have black tokens. Even if they don't have black tokens, their battle strength is comparable to those with black tokens. There are ranked divine generals guarding the battlefield all year round. Once you enter, you'll never know how strong your enemies are. Perhaps one day, if you're unlucky, you'll encounter an enemy comparable to a ranked divine general," said Luo Wei. Zichen frowned. "So you're saying that there's a high chance I'll encounter a 9th-level divine general there?" Luo Wei said, "It's not a high chance, it's very likely." This time, Zichen finally sensed the danger. With his 1st-level strength, how could he fight someone 9 levels above him? Luo Wei continued, "In the divine realm, divine generals only enter bronze-grade battlefields at the beginning. After entering, they'll be divided into different battle zones. Each level has its own corresponding region, so the danger level is very low. But the black token level battlefields are different. There are no battle zones. After entering, it's all down to luck. Furthermore, not only are the enemies powerful, but the battle spirits there are also terrifying." Battle spirits? Yes, it's an ancient battlefield. It's said that it can be traced back to the era when the creatures from another dimension first invaded. Many experts died there. The souls of those experts were destroyed, but their remnant wills remained and turned into battle spirits. The battle spirits there don't recognize anyone and kill anyone they see. Their battle strength is tyrannical and very difficult to deal with. Luo Wei said in a deep voice, "My lord, please listen to my advice. Stay here. Even if you have to take down another general-class mother nest, don't go to the black token battlefield." Looking at Divine General Luo Wei's solemn expression, Zichen nodded, indicating that he would consider it carefully. After that, he went back and told Yi Qian and the others about this matter. When they heard about it, they naturally didn't want Zichen to take the risk. "Don't worry about the battlefield. Think of a way to find other ancient monuments or 9 extremes weapons," said Su Mengyao. "Okay." Zichen nodded and decided to go out with Yi Qian.